Check, check, check. Okay. If everyone can hear and see me, just let me know. I'll show you the problem. So I got this thing. I only have 2 USB ports in my computer, and this is an extender. For some reason, though, it just randomly shuts off sometimes, and it wasn't working my camera, so I just got rid of it for this show, and I'll work on it later. But thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Woo! First thing you might notice, if you didn't check my show out last night with the Patriot Hour, check it out on his channel live. Awesome show. I got me a new background. And that's thanks to Preacher, who was on here. I can't thank you enough, man. I really appreciate it. Preacher's great. He sends me all kinds of good information in addition to stuff like this with the background. I really appreciate that type of support. He sent me this. All my microphone stuff set by my friend Cherby that I know in real life. He's texting me right now, helping me out with more stuff. I got lighting equipment coming thanks to my Patreon people. That'll be here for next week. And I should have a new background for my work office as well. So, yeah, I'm advancing. What do you expect, though, from the greatest show on YouTube? So, as always, we're going to start off with, for those of you who didn't see, check out my video. The DNC did a coin flip to decide whether or not Buttigieg or Klobuchar would win certain delegates. And the guy that flipped a coin, he was amazing. He made sure to roll it in his hand like 7 times until he got the candidate he wanted. I mean, to ensure that it was maximally fair. So I figure if it's enough to decide the president of the United States, possibly, it's enough to decide whether or not I'm the best content creator going online right now. So heads, it's me. Tails, it's anyone else. I'm going to do this every live show for a while because you never know. I'm all about fairness. I want to give other people a chance. So let's flip it. And, oh yeah, it's heads. Yes, still the greatest. Still the greatest. So I'm the greatest. You're the greatest fans. Thank you so much. So we don't have a lot of people in the live stream right now. That's okay. This is going to be kind of an in-depth video about a specific topic and about Ukraine. I got the best people watching, so that's all I need. There might be a little weird stuff going on my YouTube feed if you're watching there. I think that an application was automatically set for monetization, so I think that means I got 4,000 hours. I tried to do this live stream 5 minutes earlier, and I got a message from YouTube. It was like, you have to click all this stuff to verify all this stuff, and it was talking about Super Chat and making sure that my stuff was age appropriate, wasn't geared towards children, so I submitted all that. So I hope everything's coming out on YouTube correctly. It seems to be. But I'm also on D Live right now. I'm on Twitch and I'm on Periscope Live and all those platforms. So wherever you're watching, thank you. Oh, on Facebook. I'm also on Facebook Live. So thank you wherever you're at. Okay. So there's going to be a lot of evidence that I'm going through here. I'm going to be putting almost all of that evidence. I'm going to shrink my face. I know. All of you that are here just for my beautiful features. Sorry, I got to shrink my face, but I'm going to shrink it, pop the evidence up on screen. We're going to go through it all. I will have the link to all of that in my YouTube chat, or wherever it comes up in the chat. So if you're following on one of these platforms, maybe it won't show up on Facebook or Periscope, but the rest of them, it should show up. I encourage you, and this is something I was talking about with Michael at the Patriot Hour yesterday. Do your own research. Even if you think, man, that Rob's charming, he's passionate, he must be right. Double check me, right? Don't believe something just because I said. Don't believe anything just because Trump says it. Don't believe anything just because Rush Limbaugh, or if you're a Democrat, Rachel Maddow, or whoever. You should always do your own research. So in that vein, I'm going to try to put everything that I'm talking about in the chat so you can follow along. This has not been heavily scripted. You're going to be going through stuff, and I'm going to be thinking through it with you. So please feel free to comment in the chat, and hopefully I'll get to it. But I promise you, I'm going to be ranting and raving, so I'll probably be missing a lot of the chat. Also, a lot of this will seem, for people that have been with my channel a while, it will seem like a repeat of certain things, and it will be. Now, on one hand, that's just lazy content creating. But we already decided, the coin already said I'm the best content creator, so what do you know? Oh, no, I'm just kidding. But there's a reason it seems like a repeat. It's because this information is incredibly powerful and true, and no one's talking about it. And now what I'm going to start with is Glenn Beck's segment from last night. I have to say, I like Glenn Beck a lot. I do. I disagree in a couple things of his conclusion, but that's fine. But he is phenomenal. I think what he's been doing is phenomenal. And some of my information I've got from him. But keep in mind, Glenn Beck has a research team, millions of dollars. I got me. I'm working 80-something hours a week. I don't have connections like he does. I don't have connections in the political class. That's not to disparage Glenn Beck. Good for him. I think his presentation's more professional than mine. And he's got more contacts and a team behind him. I'm doing this all on my own. And if I could brag for a second, almost everything I've been saying for 2.5 months since this Ukraine story broke, well before it was brought up for impeachment, right when the transcript came out, all of the stuff I've been saying has been totally vindicated. And Glenn Beck's expose last night, where he kind of put things all together, it's amazing. I've been saying this stuff for months. So I just wanted to brag about myself. Quiet, Courtney. Courtney's my wife, for those of you that don't know. She's going to start doing some more videos with me as well. But yes, I do like bragging. So first thing I'm going to put up is a link to Glenn Beck's presentation from last night. Now, Glenn Beck was discussing that this was his third expose, like hour-long expose on Ukraine. And this was all based on one document he got from the Latvian government, which showed that there was an investigation into money that flowed from Burisma to Hunter Biden, and whether or not there was corruption going on. And they were requesting additional information from the Ukraine. So that's where he starts. I strongly recommend, regardless if you like Glenn Beck or not, if you got free time, check out that video. I'm going to be honest with you, the first 20 to 25 minutes is just hyping it up. But once you get into the meat of it, it's pretty good. So I'll discuss that video, and I'll discuss some of the, not really disagreements, but different points of focus that I have with it. Now, the last thing before I get started here, and I promise this is going to be information heavy. What is my intent here? My channel, I'm not going to pretend to be the smartest guy on the block. I'm not going to pretend to have access to information that other people can't get. Quite the contrary. The reason the show's called Normal America is because that's who I'm talking to. I'm not talking about the DC class. I'm not talking about, the extremely wealthy, well-connected people, average people. It's hard to wrap your head around this. If you watch Glenn Beck's last presentation, he's got like 4 chalkboards set up. This person, and money went to here and here and here and here and here. That's all good stuff, and I love that stuff. But that's hard for me to explain to my dad or my father-in-law or, my mother-in-law, who they're working 9-to-5 jobs. They don't have time to sift through all this. And I was talking on the Patriot Hour last night. I forget who had said it. Was it someone connected to Stalin that talked about people will believe the big lie? When you're so corrupt, when there's so many ins and outs, it's hard. It's so corrupt, it's hard to wrap your mind around it. Like the 2008 financial crisis. There's so many ins and outs, and the Obama administration and the Bush administration could tell you, well, this happened and that happened and this and this and this. No, they stole your money. That's what happened. They did it in such a blatant and convoluted way that it seems complicated. They stole your money. Arts, the tax dollars, bailed out those corrupt bankers. That's what happened. Yeah, Ford Nation. Exactly. And that's what I talk about. I disagree somewhat with Glenn Beck. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm not going to get in detail as much as Glenn Beck. And I'm going to try to discuss this in a way in the simplest terms possible. Now, they're going to be truthful. I'm not going to make stuff up or oversimplify to the point where it doesn't get the facts. Quite the opposite. But take any, quote, conspiracy theory, right? One of the ways that the establishment tries to debunk conspiracy theories is they take the most convoluted examples of that conspiracy theory and then ridicule them and then claim that that disparages everything. And so what I find helpful to do is to break things down in the simplest context possible. Like, for example, You could look at the Hillary Clinton and DNC's paying of Christopher Steele to get dirt on Trump from Kremlin agents. And you could start talking about, Fusion GPS that they paid. See, there was this lawyer, Veselnitskaya, that met with Trump in Trump Tower with Trump Jr., and she was actually a client of Fusion GPS who met with Fusion GPS the day before and after she met with Don Jr. And her visa was granted by Democrats and allowed her to come in. She actually wanted to talk about the Maginski Act, but was used by Fusion GPS to be able to get an in. It's to possibly talking about dirt that the Kremlin had. And it's like, whoa. Now, all that's good information, and I'll share that information with you. But here's the much simpler story. Is it okay to get dirt on your opponent from Kremlin's? The Democrats say no. That's what they did. Regular people can okay, I get that, yes. So wait a minute, 3 years? We had an investigation whether or not Trump got dirt on Hillary from Russians? And we have proof that Hillary got dirt on Trump from Russians? That's the type of simplification I'm talking. It's truth. It's leaving out some confusing details. So, yeah, hit the like button. I'm almost getting my voice back. Ugh. I'm not sick at all anymore. It's just... Thank you, everyone. Richard, thank you. I will check out. I've seen George Webb, a great person to check out. Lisa, thanks for being here. Armaduro on Periscope, thank you. All right. So let's get to an overview then of what the 3 things that are important. There are 3 corrupt things that I'll be discussing in this video. All 3 of equal importance, though maybe you'll personally think one is more important than the others. The first is Ukrainian interference into our 2016 election to help Hillary, / the cover-up from Obama State Department officials who encouraged a cover-up of that election interference. Now, this is going to be especially important because we've been told for 3 years that foreign election interference is the most important thing ever. It's an act of war. We can leave no stone unturned in the investigation of it. That's number 1. Number 2, the quid pro quo from the Obama and Biden administration to force the firing of a prosecutor looking at Biden's son's company, Burisma. And the connection that Hunter Biden, John Kerry's son, a former Romney associate, all of these people in Washington getting money from Burisma. That's number 2. That's the potential misuse of $1 billion of your money to force the firing of a prosecutor that would have made the Democrats look bad. Number 2. Number 3 is what Glenn Beck was talking about yesterday, and that is a $1.8 billion loan from the IMF that was backed by your taxpayer dollars going into corrupt Russian oligarchs that own Burisma or were the head shareholder in Burisma into their account, which most likely funded a proxy war against Russia. Now, not only is that the misuse of $1.8 billion of your funds, or at least funds that you backed as a taxpayer, but that's also exactly what the Democrats have accused Trump of going around Congress to do international things, particularly, remember with the Soleimani business? Oh, you can't attack without us. We need war powers, blah, 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 which is something I agree with. I think that we do give the president sometimes too much power to declare war without Congress. But instead of just a strike on one terrorist leader, Soleimani, we're talking about a full-fledged war between the Ukraine and Russia. So that's the third thing. Now, in addition to the new evidence from Glenn Beck, I'll be talking about older evidence that I've talked about for months, primarily from John Solomon, but from other sources as well. I'll try to source every single thing as I go along. I'll have it up on the screen so you can read it as well. And I also have a new article from John Solomon, which before the Glenn Beck stuff was going to be the entirety of this video today. But now it's just going to be a part. And it shows possible corruption of Mueller, and it goes along with the Ukrainian interference stuff. Sorry about that. afraid I'm going to lose my voice. So let us begin. Transitioning now. All right, there's the Glenn Beck video I was talking about. We're not going to play it, both for copyright reasons and, again, I'll put the link up. It is definitely worth a watch. Again, you can skip basically the first 20 minutes if you want, but it's good stuff. And I like Glenn Beck a lot. In fact, I'm going to put in an application to work at the Blaze. Probably won't get hired, but that's okay. So where do I want to start? Let's start with the Glenn Beck stuff. So Glenn Beck gets this document, which this is from his website, The Blaze. This is December 17th, 2019. This is the start and the crux of all of his new information in the video yesterday. There's the link. It says, Latvia was investigating suspicious payments to Hunter Biden, Burisma potential laundering scheme. Report. And I'll read some of this to you. Investigative journalist John Solomon reported Tuesday that the Latvian government had flagged and requested Ukrainian assistance to investigate allegedly suspicious payments to Hunter Biden and several Burisma associates in the weeks before Ukrainian prosecutor Shokin was fired at the request of Joe Biden. According to Latvian law enforcement memo, which Solomon said has been confirmed by the Ukrainian General Prosecutor's Office and the Latvian Embassy in the United States, loan payments totaling $16.6 million were sent to Burisma from Belize and the United Kingdom by way of Ukraine's Privatbank. According to the memo, some of those funds were transferred to Biden and 3 other Burisma officials. Latvia's financial intelligence unit notified Ukraine officials of these suspicious payments in February 2016. Solomon reported that Latvia did not receive any evidence back to continue pursuing the issue. At the timing, as much as or more than the validity of the suspicions that is significant, Solomon reported. Shokin was fired in March 2016, and Biden bragged about the role he played in getting Shokin removed. Those saying the firing had nothing to do with protecting Biden and Burisma point out that Shokin's Burisma investigation was not active at the time of his investigation. We'll get to our termination. Solomon said Shokin told him differently. Also in February, the Prosecutor General's office seized assets of Burisma founder Zlochevsky under court order. After Shokin's firing, Solomon reported investigations in Burisma cooled down. During the July 25th call with Ukrainian president, it's likely to lead to his impeachment. It did. President Donald Trump asked Ukraine to investigate Hunter Biden's business dealings. Okay. Get this lady's picture off here. Excuse my voice here. I'll power through. Okay. So what's this saying? We've been told repeatedly that there is no suspicion that Hunter Biden did anything wrong. There's not even an allegation. Here we have a complete third party, Latvia, the government of Latvia, saying that there was suspicions that there was money laundering occurred from this bank, Privatbank. Privatbank's owned by this guy who was the primary shareholder in Burisma. So the owner of Burisma was an oligarch called Zlochevsky. But then there's this guy, Kolomoisky, who's the primary shareholder. Now it gets really confusing because Zlochevsky was accused, again, let's go back to what the story is. Zlochevsky is this guy who's accused by Obama, he's accused by Biden, he's accused by all of these leaders in the Europeans, right, of being a corrupt oligarch that was in league with Putin. So Zlochevsky was friends with Yovanovitch, or Yakinovich, I always pronounce his name wrong, I'm sorry, who was the former president until the coup in 2014, or rebellion, however you want to look at it. Yovanovitch, he was supposedly pro-Putin. The U.S. basically helped with that coup, ousted him, brought in Poroshenko. The problem was, just because they ousted the pro-Putin president, there were still a lot of officials or rich oligarchs in the country that were connected to not only Yanukovych, but also to Putin. Zlochevsky was one of the biggest. He is the owner of the biggest gas company in Burisma. He is alleged to have stolen all sorts of Ukrainian money from the Ukrainian people in the form of gas contracts to get personally wealthy. So that's the story of what's going on. Now, weirdly enough, the guy that's the primary shareholder in Burisma, this guy Kolomoisky, he's considered an anti-Putin guy, which I'm still trying to wrap my head around. So basically, the two biggest leaders in this corrupt gas company are both mobster type people. One seen as pro-Putin and the other seen as anti-Putin. It's almost like it was just a money-making racket for these two guys. And they're playing both sides in order to get money from both sides. Now, Glenn Beck goes into a bunch of details here, I'm not going to, about how Kolomoisky's been accused of, he claims he's like Tony Soprano. He's accused of beheading people with a chainsaw, of basically having violent mobsters beat the crap out of people with ball bats, rubber bullets, etc. Supposedly a bad dude. So bad that he did not have a passport to get into the United States. Now, I'm not going to get into the crazy timeline of this, but Glenn Beck, check out his video. He talks about it. Basically, within a week's period, Hunter Biden gets appointed to Burisma. John Kerry and Joe Biden start pushing to loan $1.8 billion to the government of Ukraine. And Kolomoisky's visa to the United States is reinstated. All within like a 2-week period. So much so that it raises significant questions if it's all connected, which I believe it is. Kolomoisky owned the TV channel where the now president of the Ukraine, Zelensky, was a comedian. It's the claim of Glenn Beck that the entire reason that Trump told Zelensky on that phone call, you've still surrounded yourself with bad people, is this Kolomoisky character. I'm not so sure that's true. He certainly could be one of the bad people, but I think my gut feeling is Trump thought all of these prosecutors and crap you're surrounding yourself with, they're probably still corrupt. But this guy'd be one. Now, Zelensky, who everyone's saying is not corrupt, he's just a normal guy, one of the first things he does is nationalize Privat Bank. Privat Bank is owned by Kolomoisky. So here's the article. Ukraine's largest lender, Privat Bank, has filed a lawsuit against the former owner, Kolomoisky, in the Delaware Court of Chancery in the United States. The lawsuit is the latest in a series of legal battles between Kolomoisky and Ukrainian authorities, which nationalized Privat Bank in 2016. I'm sorry, the bank was nationalized before Zelensky took office. The bank accuses Kolomoisky and his associates of the misappropriation and laundering of proceeds of corporate loans issued by Privat Bank when he owned it. Kolomoisky did not respond. The case has taken on significance since the election of Zelensky as Ukraine's new president. Zelensky has a long-standing business tie with Kolomoisky and has repeatedly denied suggestions he would try to give Privat Bank back to him. Privat Bank is seeking redress in respect to losses amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars, U.S. dollars, which Privat Bank asserts it has suffered as a result of various unlawful acts perpetuated by its former owners. One of Ukraine's wealthiest men, Kolomoisky, says Privat Bank was nationalized without justification. A Kiev court ruled in favor of Kolomoisky in April by declaring that nationalization had been illegal. The central bank says overturning nationalization would derail Ukraine's $3.9 billion program with the IMF. Okay, now this is another big part of this. The IMF, at the exact same day, July 25th, as the phone call from Trump to Zelensky, also issued a quid pro quo. They told Ukraine that they had to clean their act up with all this corruption going around with things like money laundering, etc., or else they would not receive IMF loans. So again, why was it okay for IMF to issue this quid pro quo? Now, I'm going to skip a lot of what Glenn Beck talks about here. Check out his video, but he didn't link his sources, so it's hard for me to confirm. But I'll give you the story. Kolomoisky's this gangster. He gets this loan from the IMF. He then sends it to a shell corporation in Cyprus. That shell corporation, the way they launder money is this. They give a loan to the 43 companies owned by Kolomoisky. Kolomoisky then defaults on all of those loans. So he gives all the dirty money to the Cyprus bank. Kolomoisky then gets a loan from the Cyprus bank. His 43 companies default on those loans. And so then the Cyprus bank gives Kolomoisky his money back with a penalty that the bank gets to keep. So Kolomoisky gets 90% of his money back, but now it's laundered. Then he takes it to a bank in Latvia and does the same thing, because the more times you're laundering it, the less likely it is to be caught. From the Latvian bank, he then puts it in a UK bank, $23 million. UK flags that money as potentially laundered. That's the story. That's how we get where we are. Now, at the same time this is occurring, one sec, $1.8 billion in aid that went directly to Privat Bank that's owned by Kolomoisky, this guy who's a primary shareholder in Burisma, turns up missing. $1.8 billion that your tax dollars guarantee comes up missing. So I'm going to read through this article that describes this. This is from March 2018. In the last days of the Obama administration, Vice President Biden took a swan-song trip to Ukraine, a notoriously corrupt country where he had been the administration's point person. On the eve of this trip, the country announced it would end a criminal investigation into a company connected with the loss of $1.8 billion in aid funding, a company whose board of directors included Biden's son Hunter. The Biden family's dealing with this Ukrainian company involved getting one of the country's most notorious mob bankers, Kolomoisky, off the U.S. government visa ban list. Under Biden's leadership, $3 billion in aid went to Ukraine, and his son's company was implicated in the disappearance of the $1.8 billion of that money. Peter Schweizer reveals the former vice president's role in his book, Secret Empires. The scandal drops with Biden reportedly mulling, a 2020 run. God, this voice. Secretary of State John Kerry announced the U.S. support for Ukraine's nationalist government in March 2014, a month after the uprising pushed pro-Russian President Yanukovych out of office and inspired a corresponding pro-Russian uprising in the East. On April 16th, Biden met with Devon Archer, a former star fundraiser for John Kerry. Later that week, April 22nd, came an announcement that Archer had joined the board of Burisma. On May 13th, Hunter Biden also joined. On the day before Archer's hiring, again, who was connected to John Kerry, the vice president landed in Kiev for high-level meetings with Ukrainian officials. He spearheaded the effort to invest $1 billion from the U.S. and the International Monetary Fund into Ukraine. The vice president's presence helps explain a conundrum. Burisma hired his son and Archer despite the fact neither of them have experience. Schweizer notes, the choice of Hunter Biden to handle transparency and corporate governance of Burisma is curious because Biden had little, if any, experience in Ukraine. Furthermore, Hunter Biden seemed undeterred by the fact that he was joining the Burisma board the British government's serious fraud office was seizing $23 million from. Furthermore, a year after Biden joined the firm, experienced industry observers warned investors that Burisma was still a company to be avoided. In other words, it was still corrupt. So Joe Biden, at the same time that he's with John Kerry, pushing for billions of dollars to go to the Ukraine, knows that John Kerry's former aide, Devon Archer, and his son, Hunter Biden, are getting paid from this company they're currently calling corrupt. On the other hand, Ukraine's one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Of the 148 nations, they ranked 133rd for corruption. There's two major figures in the corruption. Zlochevsky founded Burisma in 2006. He served as natural resource minister under Yanukovych and gave himself license to develop the country's abundant gas fields. He also had a flair for lavishness, running up a fashion boutique named after himself. Burisma's major subsidiary ended up sharing the same business address as the natural gas firm controlled by Ukrainian oligarch Kolomoisky. He controlled the country's largest financial institute, Privat Bank, through which Ukrainian military and government workers got paid. He also owned media companies. Kolomoisky gained a reputation for violence and brutality, along with lawlessness. Rival oligarchs have sued him for alleged involvement in murders and beheadings related to his business deals. He allegedly used hired rowdies armed with ball bats, iron bars, gas and rubber bullets, and chainsaws to take over a steel plant. For those and other reasons, the U.S. government placed Kolomoisky on its visa ban list. In 2015, however, after Hunter Biden and Devon Archer had joined Burisma, Kolomoisky was mysteriously given access back to the U.S. Archer and the younger Biden brought other benefits to Burisma. Archer represented the company's Louisiana Gulf oil exposition. Biden addressed the energy security at Monaco. Less than a month after Archer joined Burisma's board, the company hired another Kerry lackey, David Leiter, as a lobbyist in Washington, D.C. He successfully lobbied for more aid to the Ukraine. Both Biden and Kerry championed $1.8 billion in taxpayer-backed loan to be given to the Ukraine courtesy of the IMF. That money would go directly through Kolomoisky's Privat Bank and then disappeared. According to the Ukrainian anti-corruption watchdog Grossi, this transaction of $1.8 billion with the help of fake contracts was simply an asset siphoning operation. In December 2016, Ukraine's government was forced to nationalize Privat Bank in order to shore up Ukrainian savings. A Ukrainian lawmaker called it the greatest robbery of the Ukraine state budget of the millennium. These are the people that Biden and John Kerry are involved with. This is who the Obama administration sent money to. Now we have the Latvian government and the Ukrainian government saying that bank that it went to was ran by a mobster that beheaded people and stole the money. He's also the person who was primarily responsible with funding the Ukrainian military and rebels against Russia. Now, this is Glenn Beck's entire story, and I'll come back to the chat here for a minute. $1.8 billion goes to this corrupt guy's bank, basically at the behest of the Obama administration. They know he's corrupt. He's so corrupt, he's not even allowed to have a visa to the United States. Okay? Now, I'm oversimplifying this, but this is the truth. For some reason, at the exact time that John Kerry's associates get hired by Burisma and that Joe Biden's son Hunter gets hired by Burisma, they randomly decide to lift the ban, the visa ban on this guy. What is the explanation? He's a corrupt oligarch. He's beheading people. The government of the Ukraine says he's responsible for the greatest theft of wealth from the Ukrainian people in their history. Why would the U.S., the Obama administration, suddenly be buddies with this guy? Why are they, if they're going to send aid, why are they sending it to a guy accused of corruption? Now, in general, this is a problem with U.S. aid in the first place. You hear, the poor Africans. We got to send money to the Sudan. We have to send money to Liberia. We have to send money to Ethiopia. The problem is, most of the time, that money just goes to corrupt oligarchs who then don't help their people. Do you mean to tell me that the United States, with all of its supposed intelligence and sophistication, can't figure out how to get aid to the actual people on the ground of these countries? Instead, it always seems they're giving it to corrupt oligarchs. And then in return, those corrupt oligarchs are hiring the family members of the U.S. politicians that voted to send the aid. Now, isn't that odd? Think about this for a minute. Now, here's where I start to diverge from Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck, to his credit, and this is something that's good to do, says he makes his entire argument on the assumption that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden are patriots. So what he's saying is Russia's bad. This is Glenn Beck saying this. Russia's bad. We should have sponsored the Ukraine to fight Russia. Or at least that's what Hunter and Joe Biden thought, and the Obama administration. They didn't want to antagonize Russia by going to Congress and getting weapons sent to the Ukraine. So instead, they sent money to this gangster who then used that money to fund a war against Russia. All we know is, for a fact, that $1.8 billion is gone. It's gone. Now take a step back here for a minute. Now we're talking about point number 3 that I brought about. Was there an illegal proxy war financed by Obama? And what happened to the billions of dollars that we sent that disappeared? Let's say you're watching right now and you're like, this is a big conspiracy theory. I don't believe you, Rob. I don't believe Glenn Beck. There's not enough proof for me. It's just a conspiracy theory. Fair enough. It should be up to each of us to make up our own mind. Ah, crap. I forgot to post links. I'll start posting them here. In order that I talked about them, here's the links. It'll take me a second. But let's say that's your belief, right? So you believe, I don't know about this proxy war stuff. Isn't it still relevant to investigate where these billions of dollars went? Much of it was your tax money. Much of it was IMF loans guaranteed by your tax money. And it's disappeared. Not only has it disappeared, but we know for a fact that it was sent to a person that both the Latvian government and the Ukrainian government say is corrupt. Was beheading people, is basically a mobster. So much so that the Ukrainian government says that this guy stole more money from the Ukrainian people than anyone in their history. And they privatized or nationalized his bank because they said it was so corrupt. So let's say I think Obama's a great guy. He's on the up and up. I think the Bidens are great. They're on the up and up. They took a chance sending money to a corrupt mobster. That money then disappeared. Why wouldn't Obama and Biden, the Democrats, the intel agencies, the State Department, etc., why wouldn't everyone say, hey, we should investigate where this money went? Why wouldn't they say that? I will, preacher. I will check that out. That's it. I don't have to go any further. I will. But right there, wouldn't they have said, okay, Trump, we don't like him. We think this is misplaced. But he's right to want an investigation here because billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars or IMF loans backed by the U.S. have disappeared in the hands of a corrupt mobster. I mean, for God's sakes, we have RICO rackets and money laundering rackets in the United States. Talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars disappearing. We take that sort of crime very seriously, supposedly. But all of a sudden here, no. Now, what I think is, in his effort to be overly judicious to the Bidens, Glenn Beck doesn't tell the rest of the story. And that story is, he doesn't focus on the payments that Hunter Biden's getting, or that Devon Archer's getting, or that the former Romney associate's getting. This is a pattern from country to country. Remember, Ukraine's small potatoes. We know for a fact that Hunter Biden was also involved in getting billion-dollar energy contracts from the Chinese government. There is a pattern, whether it be people related to Pelosi, people related to Kerry, people related to the Clintons, people related to the Bidens, and probably a lot on the Republicans, the Romneys, etc. They give aid to a country. That country takes that money. Businesses in that country employ the family members of the politicians that sent the aid and then pay those family members huge sums of money. Think of how this works. I mean, the numbers are so big and the corruption is so huge that it's hard to wrap your brain around. But think of it like this. Let's say Rob, I'm in charge of your city council. I'm mayor. I push to give a contract to Preacher's landscaping company. Now, Preacher, he's accused of corruption, blah, 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 but whatever. I'm like, hey, our little city here, we're going to give $100,000 to Preacher's landscaping country for these contracts. Preacher, in return, hires my dad and my brother, pays them each $25,000, and they have no experience in landscaping and never do anything. Wouldn't you say, well, wait a minute, Rob. This seems incredibly shady. It seems like you just took the city money and found a way to pay your own family $50,000. That's what it seems like. Joe Biden, the Obama administration, pushed, and a lot of Democrats, and a lot of Republicans too, pushed to send billions of dollars to the Ukraine, particularly their energy sector. Much of that money going to companies they themselves are calling corrupt. Those corrupt companies get that money. They then pay the family members of the people that voted to send that money huge sums of money for work they're not doing and not qualified to do. Then the rest of the money disappears. Now, anyone with any common sense could look at that and say, thank you, preacher, yeah. Would look at that and say, no, that's incredibly shady. But let's give the benefit of the doubt here. Let's say, okay, this isn't 100% proof. Innocent until proven guilty. But wouldn't it warrant an investigation? And this is the point I have made, I think, better than anyone from day one. The defense of Donald Trump isn't, oh, there wasn't a quid pro quo. The defense of Donald Trump is, it would have been derelict of duty for him not to investigate this. We're talking about billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars. We're talking about possible embezzlement and money laundering to go to the families of corrupt politicians and the leadership of this country. If that's not what happened, it still warrants an investigation. So hence, there's no case to impeach Trump. Now, you might be saying, okay, Rob, he was acquitted. Who gives a shit? Why did the Democrats lose their minds as soon as Trump suggested investigating this? That's what's still relevant. What kind of person fights tooth and nail, employs every dirty trick in the book, even though they lost, even though Trump was acquitted? Why did they fight so hard to stop that investigation? What did I tell you from the beginning? The impeachment is about criminalizing, investigating the corruption of the establishment, particularly the Democrats in the previous administration. They can investigate Trump ad nauseum for 3 years, no problem. But if Trump dares to try to investigate their corruption, that's beyond the pale for them. That's when the knives come out. So the impeachment's over. Is that the end of it? No. One, the next impeachment will start today, or the next coup attempt. But second, I'm sick and tired of the Republicans being on the defensive. Not just the Republicans. I'm tired of the non-establishment being on the defensive. And Glenn Beck makes this point very well, to his credit. It is time to go on the offense. I support Donald Trump. I do. I think it's obvious from my channel. To me, it is about more than the man. Re-electing Trump, yes, that's something that I'm heavily focused on. I'm out there. I'm doing my best on this channel, going to Republican meetings. I'm doing what I can to help him in my state of Pennsylvania. But it's meaningless if he can't end or fight the corruption. That's the important part. The corruption is so rampant everywhere. At the FBI, at the CIA, in the DNC. Look at the Iowa caucuses. Everywhere. State Department, IRS, EPA, all these places was so corrupt. You might say, why is it important to focus on this one issue? Because it was the catalyst. This, where there's smoke, there's fire. This is where they dug their heels in the hardest. Don't investigate that Ukraine situation. So that's exactly what we should be doing. We should not reward the corrupt by saying, well, we beat back the impeachment, but now we'll move on. We should say we beat back the impeachment and now it's our turn. We're going to investigate this corruption. So just to finish up on this Glenn Beck segment, even if you don't believe the proxy war angle, 1.8 billion lost, admittedly sent to a corrupt oligarch. That same corrupt oligarch and his bank funded the resistance efforts from the Ukraine against Russia. That is a huge deal if Obama, that's like Iran-Contra 2.0. That's what Glenn Beck calls it. If he was going around Congress to send your taxpayer money to finance a war, that is a huge deal. That is the stuff of dictatorships. Russians, not the Russians. Now, here's, as someone mentioned it earlier, here's where I diverge from Glenn Beck. And it's not a huge disagreement. Glenn Beck makes this statement. Of course the Russians interfered in the election. Of course. I'm just saying the Ukraine could have as well. Which is obviously true. Two countries could interfere. Only the insane establishment and the Democrats make that argument. Well, clearly it couldn't have been Ukraine because it was Russia, as if two countries couldn't. But what I would say to Glenn Beck is, show me proof Russia interfered. I mean, I'm sure they interfered, but so in the same way that Germany interfered and France interfered and the UK interfered and South Korea interfered and India interfered. And that they're all lobbying and pushing and giving money and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Russia did that, no doubt. I hope so, preacher. I hope you're right. I don't see the proof that Russia hacked the DNC. I don't see it at all. I don't see the reason that we should be fighting a proxy war with Russia at all. I'm tired of the McCarthyist, globalist garbage that we need to constantly have a boogeyman and fight these foreign regime change wars. I'm tired of it. Donald Trump was right in his second debate with Hillary. Why are we fighting Russia and Assad in Syria and helping Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra and ISIS? Go back to the State of the Union here. They had the family of this woman that Trump talked about who was kidnapped by al-Baghdadi, ISIS leader, in Syria. She was raped, tortured, murdered. Now, this was in Syria. Wait a minute, Syria. ISIS was in Syria? What were they doing in Syria? Oh, they were fighting Assad with Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. Who are we arming again in Syria? Oh, yeah, the people fighting Assad. I'm sick and tired of being told back home I have to give away my Fourth Amendment rights because of Islamic terrorism. And don't get me wrong, Islamic terrorism's real. It's terrible. We should wipe it out. But I have to give up all of my rights in the name of fighting it because it's the biggest adversary. But then I also have to send tax dollars to send weapons to said Islamic terrorist groups when they're fighting people like Assad or Russian interests. When it's Russia attacked us. Let's assume this is true. Let's assume this proxy war angle's true. Can you blame Russia for being pissed at us? Can you blame Russia for not wanting Hillary to win? When the U.S. is waging an illegal proxy war against them? Maybe, Ford Nation, that could be true, that white hats were the one. Yes, and who said that? Let me see. Yeah, preacher, you're absolutely right. Check out my video. Every failure in my life is because of the Russians. Just go the way of the Democrats. Sheila Jackson-Lee says it was the Russians that affected the Iowa caucus, not the DNC. Everything wrong that happens with the DNC, it's Russia's fault. So I've taken that tact. I only have 19 people watching right now. Russia! It's the Russians! So that's basically Glenn Beck's story. And it's a compelling story. And it's probably truthful. But that's only a third of the story. And even without that story, Trump was right to want to investigate what was going on. Glenn Beck also shows how CrowdStrike was also receiving money from these corrupt oligarch gangsters. And he claims that's why Trump said CrowdStrike. Glenn Beck doesn't talk about that Trump said server and CrowdStrike. He doesn't talk about the server. He just says, oh, this is what Trump was talking about when he says CrowdStrike. I'm not so sure because he did mention the server. But that's only 1/3 of the story. It's a big deal. On its own, it's a huge deal. $1.8 billion comes up missing. We know it went to basically a mobster who's accused of beheading people, who the Ukrainian and Latvian government accuse of all this stuff. We have the Latvian government saying that they find the payments that went to Hunter Biden suspicious. We have at the exact same time that the Latvian government's sending that letter to the Ukraine, Joe Biden's going over and forcing the firing of the prosecutor who's looking in to that corruption. That's all compelling and a huge deal. And we have the idea of an illegal proxy war by Obama. Yeah, Achilles Ware, of course they'll use Russia again. Adam Schiff said in the impeachment of Trump that if they didn't impeach Trump, Trump would sell Alaska to Russia. Now, what the hell does Ukraine have to do with Russia? The impeachment, the phone call to Zelensky. Yet somehow Adam Schiff turned that into Russia. That's what they're doing to Tulsi Gabbard. That's what they're saying on the Iowa caucus. See? This was the mistake the Republicans made. Maybe not a mistake, maybe intentional. They let, as always, the establishment set the narrative. And the narrative has to be repeated. It has to be drummed into the brain like a virus, like a brainwashing. They have to say it over and over. Russia, 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 Russia. Go back and look at my coverage of the IG Horowitz and his FISA abuse report when he went in front of Congress. What's one of the things I said in that video? Notice every time that a Democrat got to asking a question, every single time, every single person, one of the first things they would say is, nothing in your report disputes Mueller's findings that Russia interfered in the election, correct? Norris would say no. Why do they have to keep repeating it? Why is that? Because it's effective. The Republicans say it too. We're not disputing that Russia interfered. We're not disputing that. That's what the Republicans say. Why? Because once that's taken at face value, even without proof, once we take that at face value, then the Democrats are able to say, oh, in Russia, you don't agree with us? Russia, you already agreed that Russia was the bad guy, so now Russia, don't do what we like, Russia. There was a book, I saw Jimmy Dore talk about this. It's about election night and Hillary Clinton losing. He claims that in her, what would have been a party, once it was obvious she lost, they started setting the game plan. And the first thing they came up with was Russia. We're going to say Trump cheated with Russia. The very night of the election. And that's been the game plan all along. Constantly. Yeah, exactly, preacher. And that's the point. Again, take all the conspiracy theory out of this. Take the names Trump and Biden, Obama, Russian oligarchs, Ukrainian mobsters. Take all of that out of there. Why in God's name are we sending billions of dollars to a country like Ukraine when we have veterans that can't get health care? We have a suicide epidemic. We have hundreds of thousands of homeless people. We have crumbling infrastructure. People living paycheck to paycheck that could keep that money instead of giving it to the government. And this is just one country, the Ukraine. we're giving billions of dollars to. And as soon as Trump says, I don't know if I want to send millions to the Ukraine, both sides go nuts. No, we have to send that money. We have to. Why are they so adamant? Well, once you realize their family members are getting kickbacks from that money, now it makes sense, doesn't it? All right, that's 1/3 of the story. Again, I apologize about my voice, but the Russians are attacking my voice. That's what's going on. Clearly, I'd like to take this moment to again say thank you to Preacher for this awesome flag. Really appreciate it. So, Preacher, you might get a kick out of this. I had to look up the flag code to see if I could fly it vertically instead of horizontally because I don't want to be disrespectful. And I just had problems getting it set up horizontally. So, I hope it looks good. I hope everyone likes it. Better than before. And I'm extremely grateful. Let's move on to number 2. Oh, there's one other thing worth talking about here. And this fits into kind of Glenn Beck's narrative, but also about a proxy war. But also fits into the other 2 narratives. You'll see what I'm saying. So I want to show you this article. There's audio of this too, but I'm just going to read it to you. Ukraine, quote, had to get rid of Chief Prosecutor Shokin to survive, ex-U.S. Secretary of State Kerry says. Kerry said he was deeply involved in the issue. This is from Reuters, February 3rd, 2020. That's 4 days ago. The administration of former U.S. President Barack Obama had been working on the dismissal of Ukraine's Prosecutor General Viktor Shokin, according to Secretary of State John Kerry. Quote, I will tell you because as Secretary of State, I was deeply involved in this. All of us in the administration were trying to get rid of that prosecutor. From Obama to the Secretary of State to the Vice President. All of us were working on that. The ambassador, he said, according to Voice of America. Now, here's the interesting one. That's an admission, right? And here's the mistake people make. They make this over and over again. They want to focus on placing the blame on Biden or placing the blame on Hillary Clinton. No. I've talked about in the Russia situation. I don't care that Hillary Clinton paid to get dirt on Trump from Russians. I don't really care. I didn't have a problem if Don Jr. tried to get dirt on Hillary from Russians. I don't have a problem if Hillary tried to get dirt on Trump from Russians. What I care about is the misuse of that dirt by our official government agencies. And who were they ran by? Barack Obama. That's who. That's the head man, not Hillary. Just like here, people would say this. Oh, well, you keep saying Biden's corrupt because of his quid pro quo, but Biden wasn't president. It was Obama. Yes, exactly. That I couldn't agree more. That's where the corruption started. Obama. And it filtered to his entire administration. As if they're saying this. Well, it would be shady if Biden issued a quid pro quo to fire the prosecutor looking into his son. That would be shady. But if Biden's best buddy and President Obama used a quid pro quo to get a prosecutor fired that was looking at his VP's son, then that's okay. That's what John Kerry's saying here. Oh, it wasn't just Biden. All of us were involved in the firing of this prosecutor. Okay. Yes, then you're all guilty of the corruption. Or at least should be investigated for the corruption. Yeah, maybe Hillary killed Seth. That's a different issue, though. So thank you, John Kerry. Yes, don't worry, John. We know you're corrupt as well. Like hey, everyone's saying Biden's corrupt. I'm corrupt too. We got it, John. Now here's the more important part. Oh, and I should link this to you all, because I am trying to send you all this evidence. This quote is hugely important, and Glenn Beck rightfully focuses on this. And I missed this the other day, and so I'm glad Glenn Beck brought attention to this. This is John Kerry again, quote, "We knew if Ukraine was going to survive, win the revolution in the end and the Maidan, they had to get rid of that prosecutor. And they did. What did getting rid of Viktor Shokin have to do with winning a revolution? Can anyone answer that? There's no explanation. Wasn't the entire argument we had to get rid of Shokin because he wasn't prosecuting people like Zlochevsky and Kolomoisky? Remember, this is the official explanation from the Democrats. Oh, no, and the establishment. See, it's not that this was for personal reasons that they did the quid pro quo to fire Shokin. It's because that Obama and Biden and John Kerry and a bunch of leaders in the European Union and Christine Lagarde at the IMF, all of these people, they all thought Shokin was corrupt because he wasn't going after corrupt oligarchs like Zlochevsky, like Kolomoisky. And so if we get rid of Shokin, then they'll bring down the corrupt oligarchs like Zlochevsky that owns Burisma. Remember, Zlochevsky, Kolomoisky, these names, they sound foreign to us. Don't get confused. These are the people that were Hunter Biden's boss. Hunter Biden was on the board of directors of their company. So right out of the gate, the story is, yes, I'm Joe Biden. I sent my son to work for a guy that I was lobbying as corrupt who needed to be jailed. How does that make any sense? That's right, Ford Nation. This does make Glenn's argument make more sense. Because remember, Glenn's argument is Viktor Shokin started to investigate this money laundering. He got the letter from the Latvian government saying, hey, because remember, Viktor Shokin's not only investigating Burisma and its owner Zlochevsky, but he's the head, he's like the attorney general. He's like Bill Barr. So when another government sends information to the prosecutor general's office, he's the head of that office. So Latvia sends evidence to the prosecutor general's office in the Ukraine, and it says, whoa, you got this company Burisma, and they're sending these payments that look like money laundering to Hunter Biden. And these are payments coming from the Ukraine. So we were wondering if you could send us more evidence on this. Now, at the exact same time that this letter sent, just previous to it, because the letter was sent in February 2016. At the same time, Viktor Shokin had seized the assets of the leader of Burisma. His name's Zlochevsky, this corrupt oligarch. Remember, Obama, Biden, Kerry, they all say this guy's corrupt, Zlochevsky. So Shokin seizes his assets. Then he gets this letter from Latvia. Now, Shokin claims, I was starting to look into this stuff, and then I was forcibly fired. We know that Joe Biden came in the next month and demanded a quid pro quo to get Shokin fired, which was successful. And then the people that replaced Shokin never responded to Latvia with their concerns about this money laundering. Now we know John Kerry says that was supposedly all about. So I've been telling you this story, why that's nonsense, and I'm going to tell you more of it coming up. Why it didn't, if it was true they fired Shokin because they knew Zlochevsky was guilty and Shokin was the only stumbling block to proving Zlochevsky was guilty, then why in hell, then when it went to the Obama-friendly NABU, did they also find Zlochevsky innocent? So either the Obama administration was wrong about Zlochevsky being guilty, or they were wrong about Shokin being corrupt. Or they knew Zlochevsky was guilty, but they were working with him, and they were worried Shokin was going to prove that Zlochevsky was corrupt. So they got rid of him. Now, which of those stories makes the most sense? Clearly the third. So, the money goes, or they do the quid pro quo, they get Shokin fired. But up until now, all I've been talking about is this was to protect Zlochevsky, Burisma, the money laundering that was going from the Obama administration to Burisma, back to the family members of people connected to the administration. John Kerry says, oh, and Ukraine would have lost the war if we didn't fire Shokin. We all knew it, he says. Obama. What did he say? Who did he say was connected to this? Let me read it again. I was deeply involved in this. All of us in the administration were trying to get rid of him. From Obama to the Secretary of State to the Vice President, all of us were working on that. We knew if Ukraine was going to survive, win the revolution in the Maidan, they had to get rid of the prosecutor. So all of them knew to win the war against Russia, Shokin had to go. How does that make sense? I'd like to play devil's advocate and give an answer. Yes, I'm prompted by Russia. Yes. They took my voice. You would think that Russia could at least send me some bots to bump my numbers up of people watching. I can't even think of a version of that makes sense other than what Glenn Beck's presented. The reason that John Kerry and Joe Biden and Barack Obama and everyone in the administration needed Shokin out and that had to do with Ukraine winning the revolution was that if the money Shokin was investigating was going to finance the revolution. So in other words, if the prosecutor of Ukraine saw that the money coming in from the United States was going to Burisma and that money was then going to Privat Bank owned by Kolomoisky, and Kolomoisky was then laundering that money and financing a war against Russia, Shokin was about to stumble onto that. So they had to get rid of him. Because if he outed, hey, wait a minute, what's all this money? Where's it coming from? Then people would have started to investigate. Then it would have become public knowledge. Oh, the U.S. is financing this revolution against Russia. That would have harmed the Ukraine's chance to win that revolution. That's the only thing that makes sense. Where are our journalists to ask John Kerry, wait a minute, what? What do you mean? What the hell did getting rid of Shokin have to do with winning a revolution? I mean, if I'm trying to make the best argument for John Kerry, I guess I'd say something like this. Well, we just meant in general, in order to have a stable country, you can't have corrupt prosecutors. And so if the revolution was to have success in the long term, we needed to have trustworthy people in prosecutorial offices. But that's clearly garbage. That's the story. Now, that's the Glenn Beck portion of this. 1 hour and 10 minutes I went on. Thank you, preacher. Please spread my channel. I don't know. Maybe I need some glamour shots. Spread this picture to everyone on social media. Oh, Patriot Hour. They said that? Awesome. Good. He's right. Trump apparently just announced that they should expunge the impeachment. Oh, I see a problem here. 1 second. I'm looking at chats on my YouTube video, and I got the wrong video up. One that's dead. So there's more people watching than I thought. I'm looking at chats. What a beautiful bunch of 25 YouTube people video. So thank you. Moving on to number 2. Let's go to the amazing John Solomon. Now, for those of you that have followed me, this is going to sound familiar. Now, I want to just say that I am going to make a PowerPoint and put up a non-live video that's probably I'm going to try to keep around 20 minutes that outlines this story as simple as possible of the corruption in the Ukraine. Remember, before I proceed, why is this important? We need to stop playing defense. It's not enough to say Trump was acquitted. It's not even enough to say, although I totally agree with this, let's get the impeachment expunged. It is time, like Trump said yesterday, to go on the offense. It is time to actually investigate the corruption. Because the Democrats' plan is this. You try to investigate our corruption, we try to impeach you, or we accuse you of corruption, you spend all of your time defending yourself, and then the investigation into the Democrat and establishment corruption never occurs. We should not give them that gift. We should demand this corruption be investigated. So I'm going to try to condense all this in a 20-minute video. I gotta work on my editing skills. I'm better live. Bill O'Reilly, so F it, we'll do it live. John Solomon is probably the best reporter we have in the country. He has been all over the Russia hoax, all over the Ukraine impeachment hoax. From day one, his reporting has been phenomenal. He is not hyperbolic. He's not some maniac like me that's yelling into a microphone. Soft-spoken, even-killed, objective, fantastic. He is smeared over and over. He has presented absolute definitive proof in the form of mostly government documents from the Ukraine and the United States telling the story of how corrupt the Ukraine situation was. The only response given is for other journalists who supposedly stick up for journalistic integrity. Remember, anytime Trump says Jim Acosta's a buffoon, they all faint. Oh, we have to protect the noble journalist. But for some reason, they come knives out to John Solomon. I wonder why that is. That's who John Solomon is. Now, Solomon, remember that Ambassador Yovanovitch that Trump fired? That all the witnesses in the House impeachment, Colonel Vindman and George Kent, everyone said, oh, Yovanovitch, Fiona Hill said this, she was such an amazing woman. What a hero. She lost her job. That's not right. It's not fair. And how dare they say mean things about her? It's so sad. And the media said, oh, this woman's a hero. This is what your State Department is. This woman's the face of your State Department. A hero. A great woman. A woman, by the way, who was spying on John Solomon, using her position as ambassador to the Ukraine to spy on journalists that were critical of her. A woman, by the way, that swore up and down. She never told Ukrainian prosecutors not to prosecute certain people. And all the State Department said, oh, that's malicious that would be said. We now know that's exactly what she did. John Solomon's reporting on this. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and her, Yovanovitch, and Hill, they all mention Solomon in their testimony. Like he's some kind of hack journalist. Imagine that. You're just doing your job. You're reporting on this stuff. And you're accused of being a hack in the impeachment trial. That's who John Solomon is, right? So let's see what he does. Solomon, and I'll bring it up here. Sorry, I got to shrink my beautiful face again. Wrong channel. That's my restream feed. Solomon writes this article responding to Lieutenant Colonel Vindman about my Ukraine columns with facts. So he's kind of upset that Vindman accuses Solomon of being a hack and a liar, so Solomon responds. Now, he puts, how many is it? 28 facts. 28 facts. Now, this article, I'll post it now, is the definitive article as far as I'm concerned. As much as you should watch that Glenn Beck segment, even better is this article. It's definitive. And the reason it's definitive, every single one of these 28 facts, every single one, he has links to outside sources. There's only 3 or 4, if I'm being honest, and most of them are superfluous facts that aren't definitive. Like, for example, you could say, well, I don't believe Viktor Shokin's testimony because I think he's a liar. Okay. But other than that, all these facts are listed. These facts will prove 2 things. The other 2 parts of the story that I was telling. That there was a quid pro quo issued to stop the investigation into the money laundering that was benefiting Biden's family, Kerry's associates, Romney's associates, etc. And that Ukrainian officials interfered in the 2016 election. He will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt here. All of these facts that I'm about to go through with you, the answer to them has been, we used to, in debate, right? if you could picture this, when I did debate in college, for those of you who don't know, I was one of the better debaters in college years ago when I was there. Everyone talks like an auctioneer. If my voice wasn't crappy, in fact, I'll try a little example for you. Now, keep in mind, I was slow. I'm not making that up. You could ask my friends in the debate community. I was considered slow for a debater. Here's how you would read evidence in debate. And so, Lieutenant Colonel Vin, here, 28 primary facts in the element of Ukraine company of the British we used to tell me which any factually wrong 100 was out in 2014 by reason of holding Ukraine natural gas company in time his father Joe Biden, Vice President, overseeing Ukraine policy. Years he announced 100 factory came in and showed you whether Joe Biden assured the Ukraine you could help read his comments here. Ukraine Prime Minister 100 Biden's farm began receiving monthly payments 166,000. You see the payments here. Burisma was under investigation. British authorities for corruption and prosecution come under the Ukrainian authorities led by Prosecutor General Viktor Shokin, etc. That's how you debated. Oops, sorry, wrong. So that's me reading what you saw there. So you'd be having these debates where people are talking like that. You'd keep notes in a very specific way. Each argument you would write in shorthand, then put a line, then next in shorthand. Then when you responded to them, we called that the line by line. On their argument one, they said that Shokin was fired because Biden, but we have evidence that says blah, 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 blah. You read that. Their second argument was blah, blah, blah. That's called responding to the arguments by line by line. Okay? Sometimes what you do, let's say my opponent made 5 arguments, but they all basically say the same thing. I would say, group these 5 arguments. Here is my response. Now, I'm just bragging here. I'm telling you guys, I am considered slow in the debate community. The reason I bring this up here, one, to brag, because I can read fast. But second, Solomon issues, as you can see here, he goes to 28 facts. 28, okay? Do you know what the response from the Democrats, the media, from Vindman, from everyone at the State Department, from academia, I guess the entertainment industry, Silicon Valley, everyone's response. You know what their response to John Solomon's been? Okay, John Solomon makes 28 arguments. Group those arguments. We have 2 arguments. One, it's all been debunked. And second, John Solomon's a liar. Those are not arguments. That is the sort of argumentation you make that we call propaganda. You don't have a response, and so you just say, oh, everything you say is a lie and you're a bad person. Those are fallacies. I debated this YouTuber, Destiny. What did he say when I brought up? He was disingenuous from the first place, right? Because we were talking about impeachment, and I started with the supposition, if there's a reason to investigate this stuff, then Trump shouldn't be impeached. And he said, no, I disagree. Trump should be impeached, period. I said, for what? Basically, he said because of like what the GAO said, but it was before the GAO said it. Oh, Trump didn't give the aid when he was supposed to, so that's impeachment. I'm like, okay, well, Obama did the same thing. Yep, Obama should have been impeached too. I mean, it's just disingenuous garbage because this guy wasn't saying Obama should be impeached when Obama did it. He didn't care then. So the whole debate was disingenuous from the get-go. But when I did get to the specifics here, he'd make 2 points. One, I don't care. Biden could be corrupt. I don't care. And second, hasn't all of this been debunked? That's the quality of debate you get? So I'll show you with evidence. And I hope maybe there's someone in here that disagrees with me. Right? Please show me where any of these facts are wrong. Oops. I keep forgetting you guys. I got window capture on. So that we're going to run through the first of these quick. Now remember, there's 2 arguments being made here. This is in addition to the first hour and 10 minutes I did about Glenn Beck's argument about a proxy war. The arguments are, 1, that there is reason to investigate the quid pro quo of Obama and Biden in forcing the firing of a prosecutor that was looking into his son's company. Second, there was reason to investigate Ukrainian election interference into the 2016 election. So keep an ear out for both of those. Both of those, on the defensive argument of Trump, proved there was no case to impeach Trump. But more importantly, now that impeachment's over, they prove that we need to investigate Ukrainian election interference and corruption of the Obama-Biden administration with their quid pro quo. And it also proves that we should send $0 to the Ukraine until they cooperate in ensuring that there wasn't corruption going on. So we'll begin. After each fact, I'll ask people, can anyone come up with an argument to disprove it? Can anyone post a link to disprove any of these? Maybe Jake Tapper or Rachel Maddow? Fact 1. Hunter Biden was hired in May 2014 by Burisma, a Ukrainian natural gas company, at a time when his father, Joe Biden, was vice president and overseeing U.S.-Ukrainian foreign policy. Here is the announcement. Hunter Biden, I'm not going to click the link, you all believe this. Hunter Biden's hiring came just a few short weeks after Joe Biden urged Ukraine to expand natural gas production and use Americans' help. You could read his comments here. May 2014, Hunter's hired. Here's Joe Biden's comments. Right around the same time. Remember, Devon Archer was hired April 10th, 2014. Remarks by Vice President Joe Biden and Ukrainian Yatsunik. I'm not going to get to it, but there's the link. Check it out yourself from the Obama White House archives showing Joe Biden talking about sending money to the Ukraines. Thank you, Truth Seeker. Yeah, Grambler's my name on Above Top Secret. Yeah, my debate with Destiny is on YouTube. If you just search my channel, it's called Debate with Destiny, I think. But I appreciate it, everyone. So there's the link to that from the Obama White House. Not Rush Limbaugh, not Rob Knorr, not Sean Hannity, the Obama White House archives. So at the same time, right around the same time, Hunter Biden's joining the board of directors of this corrupt company, Burisma, energy company. Joe Biden's talking about the need to send money to companies like Burisma. Hunter Biden's firm then began receiving monthly payments totaling $166,000. You can see the payments here. I don't have to look that up. No one disputes that. Hunter Biden received a ton of money. Right out of the gate, that story is incredible. Fact 1. No disputing any of it. Hunter Biden gets hired at Burisma. His dad at the same time says, let's send a bunch of money to the energy sector in the Ukraine. And at the exact same time, Hunter Biden starts getting hundreds of thousands of dollars a month from Burisma. Fact 2. Burisma is under investigation by British authorities for corruption and soon came under investigation by Ukrainian authorities, led by Shokin. That's not dispute. You can click the links. They're there if you're following along. I'm not going to bring them up. No one disputes that. Everybody knows. Fact 3. Vice President Joe Biden and his office were alerted by a December 2015 New York Times article that Shokin's office was investigating Burisma and that Hunter Biden's role in the company was undercutting his father's anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine. I've showed this article before. Hopefully it's not behind a paywall. New York Times. Joe Biden, his son, in the case against the Ukrainian oligarch. This is December 8th, 2015. I'll post the link. You can read the article yourself if you want. Notice how it's talking about the corrupt Zlochevsky. Ukrainian prosecutors didn't provide documents. A British court did. In the case of the former minister Zlochevsky, that's the owner of Burisma that we're talking about. I could use Scrambler on YouTube. I did originally, but then when I decided to run for Congress, I switched it up. Now, here's the important part. Ready? Kate Bedingfield, a spokeswoman for the vice president, said Hunter Biden's business dealings had no impact on his father's policy position connected to Ukraine. Quote, Hunter Biden is a private citizen and lawyer, she said. The vice president does not endorse any particular company and has no involvement with this company. The vice president has pushed aggressively for years, both publicly with groups like U.S.-Ukraine Business Forum and privately in meetings with Ukraine leaders, for Ukraine to make every effort to investigate and prosecute corruption in accordance with the rule of law. It will once again be a key focus during the trip. Now, what does that mean? Why did I point that out to you? The New York Times is writing this story. They contact Joe Biden. His spokesman gives a comment for the article. So fact number 3 is definitively true. Joe Biden knew that his son's company was under investigation and it was being led by a man by the name of Viktor Shokin. Now, I said this from the get-go. How in hell would Joe Biden know what the progress of that investigation was? If Joe Biden had inside access to Viktor Shokin's office, wouldn't that be scandalous in his own right? So your son's company is being investigated by prosecutors, but you're in contact with the prosecutor's office to know they're not doing a good enough job? That's nonsense. It's clear that Joe Biden did not have access to what Viktor Shokin was doing. Or he only knew what publicly Shokin was doing, which was seizing assets and things like I'll get to. So if you're Joe Biden, maybe they're right. And I said this before any of this came out. This is one of the first arguments I made. Maybe Joe Biden had no clue if Shokin was corrupt or not. But you know what he did know? He knew the NABU was corrupt. Corrupt for him and for the Obama administration. So let's say you're a mobster and there's a new chief of police in town. Now, there's a good chance you could bribe that chief of police to look the other way. But you also don't know if you could bribe him. So it's 50-50. If you could use your bribery to force a former chief of police or a different chief of police to investigate that's already on your payroll, wouldn't that behoove you? That's exactly what Biden and Obama did. I don't have to prove that Viktor Shokin was corrupt or wasn't corrupt. All I have to prove is the investigation landed into the lap of the very agency that had buried cases for the Obama administration for years. And so the official narrative from the Biden Democrat establishment, which is, oh, no. Joe Biden wanted his son's company investigated. That's what they say in that New York Times. He's for ending corruption. He wants thorough investigations. Now, do you know any father that wants his son investigated harder for potentially serious crimes? Does that ring true to anyone? But that's the official narrative. Look it up. I've done video after video on this. People saying, actually, Biden forcing the firing of Shokin increased the chances his son would be investigated. Are you kidding me? Nonetheless, if that's true, if I take that absurd proposition as true, remember, Biden and Obama knew Zlochevsky was a corrupt oligarch. So did the IMF. So did all these European leaders. They said, we don't want to give money to the Ukraine because this prosecutor's refusing to go after corrupt oligarchs like Zlochevsky. And even better news for Obama and Biden. The NABU, their pet agency that they paid to finance to start, it gets the investigation. Finally, justice, right? The end of the story must be Zlochevsky got his, Burisma was faced with all sorts of criminal conduct, the people of the Ukraine got their money back, right? Oh wait, the exact opposite. They buried the case. So did Obama and Biden come out? Did all the people at the IMF and the European Union come out and say, wait a minute, Zlochevsky still walked free after we held billions of dollars until they fired Shokin because we thought Shokin was the reason Zlochevsky was walking free? After that, and it goes right to the agency that we handpicked, they still let Zlochevsky walk free? We want our money back then. We don't want to send money to these corrupt people that let Zlochevsky walk free. But they didn't say that, did they? Almost like they wanted Zlochevsky to walk free. I'm getting ahead of myself. I apologize. Fact 4. The Biden-Burisma issue created the appearance of a conflict of interest, especially for State Department officials. I especially refer you to State official George Kent's testimony here. He testified that he viewed Burisma as corrupt and the Bidens as creating the perception of a conflict of interest. His concerns both caused him to contact the vice president's office and to block a project that state's USAID agency was planning with Burisma in 2016. In addition, Ambassador Yovanovitch testified she, too, saw the Biden's-Burisma connection as creating the appearance of a conflict of interest. You can read her testimony here. I'm not going to link to the testimony. I watched both their testimonies, did videos on it. They both did say that. Every State Department official that was interviewed and asked about it said, yes, we thought Burisma was a corrupt company. Yes, we thought that it was problematic that Hunter Biden was on the board of directors there. Every media outlet that's now defending Biden has retroactively said, well, clearly there was an appearance of a conflict of interest. Every single one. People ad nauseum quoted this Politico article that I was debunking 2.5 months ago. It was quoted everywhere. In that Politico article, they say, well, of course there was the appearance of a conflict of interest, and Joe Biden should have known better, but he didn't do anything wrong. Now ask yourself, what does that phrase mean? An appearance of a conflict of interest. What is a conflict of interest, right? A conflict of interest would be that two aspects of your life are going counter to each other. So, on one hand, your job as vice president in weeding out corruption in Ukraine, that's clashing with your job as a father, and that your son's working for one of those corrupt people. So that your interest in protecting your family and son is directly counter to your interest in your job as vice president of the United States. That's a conflict of interest. In other words, if he pushes to prosecute Burisma, it harms his son. If he pushes to help his son, it harms his position as vice president to try to out corruption. That's a conflict of interest. An appearance of a conflict of interest is that to an outside observer, it looks like there is a conflict of interest. Now, if there's an appearance of a conflict of interest, that should warrant removing that appearance or at least investigating that appearance. But let's go a step further. If that appearance of conflict of interest exists, now this is before Biden's quid pro quo, they're all admitting, yes, the mere fact that Hunter Biden was on the board of directors of a company that his father was calling corrupt and saying need to be investigated is bad. That's the appearance of a conflict of interest. Then after that appearance, why are we worried about conflicts of interest? Ask yourself that. Why would it be a concern to us that public officials might have a conflict of interest? Well, that's because they could be forced to be in a position where they have to act, and that action will be detrimental to one of their roles and interests. In other words, if I have a conflict of interest and I'm president, and my brother is on a company, just like, I won't even use the example. If Joe Biden is vice president, and he has the appearance of a conflict of interest because his son's on a corrupt board of directors, that's bad enough. But let's say nothing's ever acted on upon that. There's never a quid pro quo. The United States never threatens to withhold money. They never get involved in anything to do with the prosecution of Burisma, right? Maybe then we could leave it slide. But we already know it's an appearance of a conflict of interest. It goes the insane step further that Joe Biden then acts on that appearance of a conflict of interest by announcing and bragging that he used a quid pro quo with $1 billion of your tax dollars to force the firing of the prosecutor looking into his son's company. Now, if you're Politico, or you're George Kent, or you're Yovanovitch, or you're any of these other people that said, well, it was an appearance of a conflict of interest, how can you then be okay with Joe Biden announcing a quid pro quo to fire this prosecutor? Isn't that acting on the conflict of interest? Now it's not just an appearance, it is a conflict of interest. Now, you playing devil's advocate, you could say Joe Biden, despite engaging in a conflict of interest, came out on the side of helping the country more than helping his son. You could make that argument. But even then, which is ridiculous, even if I would grant that, that's still Joe Biden acting on a conflict of interest. Now the law says, and not the law, but the policies of our State Department say, and all of our executive agencies, that even the appearance of a conflict of interest are to be avoided. Here we have an admitted action on a conflict of interest. Why would this warrant an investigation? Why would the Democrats and the establishment and the State Department, all of which admitted, yes, it was an appearance of a conflict of interest, why would all of a sudden they say, not only do we not want an investigation, but it's all debunked, and if you want to investigate, that's a crime. That's abuse of power. I go back to my original claim on this. Anytime an executive branch person uses your tax dollars to force the firing of a prosecutor that's looking into their family's company, there needs to be an investigation. Because it looks like a conflict of interest. And you know damn well if the name was Don Trump and Don Jr., and it was Trump forcing the firing of a prosecutor using tax dollars that was looking into Don Jr.'s company, there would have been riots in the street. Have I lost everyone? Take a break here for a minute. Everyone's still with me? Cindy, what's up? Truth Seeker, thank you. Preacher, thank you again. Yeah, do your own research. You'll see I'm telling the truth. Again, I'll link this document again for you. It's already up in the chat. This document has links to every single thing I'm talking about here. Check it out for yourself. Check it out. We had 28 of these to get through. I've been on it for 20 minutes and I'm on what, fact 4? So all the witnesses admitted that it was an appearance of a conflict of interest, but they're adamantly against investigating that conflict of interest. Why? Well, we just know Joe Biden's a good guy, so even though it was an appearance of a conflict of interest, we know that nothing shady happened. That's not how our system's supposed to work. Anyone have any? I mean, those aren't even controversial. I've already told you an incredible story that warrants investigation about the Bidens and Obama and the quid pro quo they used. We're only 4 facts in, though I've skipped ahead a little bit. Fact 5. The Obama White House invited Shokin's prosecutorial team to Washington for meetings in January 2016 to discuss their anti-corruption investigations. You can read about it here. Also, here's the official agenda for the meeting in Ukraine and English. Official document. Let's see what it says. This is the official government documents of the agenda. Now, why is this important? What's this point about? This is January 2016. John Kerry, in the article I already showed you, said that everyone, for months, him, Secretary of State, the Vice President, the President, the Ambassador, everyone had been working to get Shokin fired because he was corrupt. So then why in January, right before the quid pro quo, would they invite them to the White House? Why would you invite corrupt prosecutors to the White House? Let me get in trouble here. And this is just their agenda. It's not that important. But he says, note who the NSC. Are you kidding me? I know it's here. Just give me a second. I've read all this. Bear with me for a second. Tuesday, January 19th, 2016. 10 o'clock, departure from hotel. This is the prosecutors of Viktor Shokin's team meeting in January 2016 with Obama officials, right? 11 to 12 o'clock, who did they meet with? Meeting with Eric Ciaramella and Elizabeth Zentos of the National Security Council. Does that name sound familiar? Eric Ciaramella? He is the alleged whistleblower, which I'm not allowed to talk about. Now think of what this means. This is an official government document. John Kerry and everyone's admitting, everyone in Obama's State Department thought that Viktor Shokin was corrupt. Yet they invite his office to the White House to meet with their team, with State Department people from the National Security Council. They meet with the whistleblower, Eric Ciaramella. Can you think of a reason why that person may want to stop Trump from investigating what went on? If he's directly their official story would be, these people are meeting with known corrupt prosecutors. It makes no sense. Fact 6. The Ukraine investigation of Hunter Biden's employer, Burisma Holdings, escalated in February 2016 when Shokin's office raided the home of company owner Zlochevsky and seized his property. Here's the announcement of that raid. Now, this might be the most important fact here. Let me read this, and then I'll explain why. This is from Interfax Ukraine, the official Ukrainian news agency. This is from April 2nd, 2016, okay? Now, the dates are going to become very important here. So I'll make this as simple as I can. Not that I don't trust people can't understand it, but these names and the dates, it's so complicated. So I'm going to give the timeline as simply as I can. From the article, the movable and immovable property of former Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources Ukraine, Zlochevsky, in Ukraine has been seized, according to the Prosecutor General's Office, the PGO. Who's the head of the PGO? Viktor Shokin. The PGO filed a petition to court to arrest the property of Zlochevsky, from which arrest was withdrawn on other property he actually uses, namely his housing estate with a total of 922 square meters, a land plot of 0.24, blah, blah, blah. They took his house, they took his car, etc. Stuff that he actually uses. The PGO clarifies that this court order was satisfied by petition, and here's the date that matters, February 2nd, 2016. This isn't from Sean Hannity. It's not from Crazy Rob from the Normal America Show. Official news agency of the Ukraine. Official documents showing that there were warrants and seized assets of the corrupt minister Zlochevsky, February 2nd, 2016. Now, I'm going to come back to you for a minute because this is important. Thank you, preacher. I appreciate it. The entire argument against why Biden or Obama did anything corrupt, and let me take this a minute to explain this again. It is not just Joe Biden. Remember what I read you from John Kerry? John Kerry admits, and February 3rd, 2020, 4 days ago, John Kerry admitted, we all were working on getting Shokin fired. Obama, Biden, me, the ambassador, the entire administration that was involved in Ukraine from Obama was trying to get Shokin fired, right? That's what they said. That's what John Kerry said. We have Biden admitting, yes, we did a quid pro quo. He mentions Obama specifically, Biden does, right? He says, I told them I'm leaving in 6 hours. If you don't fire Shokin, you're not getting your money. What does he say next? Go back and check his famous speech. He says, they said, you can't do that. You're not the president. Biden says, call him. Because Obama ordered this as well. Then Biden says, and wouldn't you know, they fired the son of a bitch. His quote, sorry to swear. It is not just Joe Biden. It's Barack Obama and the entire administration. I cannot make that clear enough. Do not make the mistake of letting, because they already realize Biden's a dead fish. He ain't going to win the nomination. So at the end, when this corruption comes out, mark my words, today, February 7th, 2020, write it down. They're going to try to cut ties with Biden and say, well, maybe Biden did something shady. No. It was the Obama administration. All of them. Thanks. I do have anger over it. It infuriates me. So we got that. We're clear on that. The defense of this quid pro quo, and I've been saying this the whole time, what is the argument against Trump? The entire impeachment case, the House trial, the Senate trial, the entire case was just trying to get to where we already know we are with the Obama administration. And that is a quid pro quo occurred. They couldn't get there. They still didn't get there. There's no proof there was a quid pro quo. With the Obama administration, Biden admitted it. Yes, we did a quid pro quo. Admitted. The Democrats clearly do not feel that a quid pro quo is reason for impeachment. How do I know this? Do you remember one of them suggesting Obama be impeached? Do you remember one of them saying, wow, that's incredibly unethical. Biden shouldn't be our nominee then? Nope. They didn't say that, did they? Yeah, I know, Achilles. It's tough. It does rack your head. Not one of them said it, so I made this argument the whole time. It's not the quid pro quo. In fact, we use quid pro quos all the time in foreign policies. It's not the quid pro quo that's the problem. I wouldn't have a problem if Obama said, here's your aid money, Ukraine, but you only get this aid money if you help us fight Al-Qaeda. That type of stuff happens all the time. The problem is, what are you asking for in the quid pro quo? What is your intent behind the quid pro quo? So if I'm president of the United States and I say, Ukraine, here's $1 billion, but in order to get this $1 billion, you have to help us fight corruption in your country with these corrupt oligarchs. That's reasonable. You can see that there's a solid argument. You don't want to give $1 billion to a country where it might go to corrupt oligarchs. Okay, but if I'm president and I say, Ukraine, here's $1 billion, but you only get this $1 billion if you give me half of it personally. That's illegal. Now, what if I say, Ukraine, here's $1 billion, but you only get this $1 billion if you contribute to this investigation we're doing on the previous administration's corruption. Is that the same as me asking for personal money? Is that just a personal favor? No, because there is a solid argument to be made that investigating that corruption is for the good of this country. The crime is if it is solely for personal benefit. If it's for the good of the country, but it also benefits your campaign, that's not a crime. If it was, then literally you could say, well, anytime a president uses any tax dollars to help the country, helping the country could benefit his campaign. Therefore, it's illegal for him to help the country because it could help his reelection chances. That's nonsense. Now, this all sounds very confusing, so I'm getting up. Let me just simplify it. My head just runs too fast here. The Democrats and the establishment had no problem with Obama and Biden's quid pro quo. Why? Because they said the intent was good. It wasn't to help Biden personally. It wasn't to help the Democrats personally. It was to out corruption. And the reasoning for that is Viktor Shokin was corrupt. He wasn't investigating Burisma. The investigation had stopped. You turn on Jake Tapper, you turn on Rachel Maddow, you turn on Anderson Cooper, you turn on Don Lemon, you go to the New York Times, you go to the Washington Post, you talk to Joe Biden, you talk to Tom Perez at the DNC, you talk to any of the other people in the Democratic Party. That's what they'll tell you. Oh, no. There was no investigation going on into Burisma. Shokin was corrupt. He stopped the investigation. Therefore, it was perfectly legitimate for the Obama-Biden administration to order a quid pro quo to get him out. It couldn't have been to benefit themselves personally because there was no investigation that could have harmed them. That is their argument. Now, I just read you a piece of evidence from the Ukrainian news agency that says, and you'll excuse my language, that is bullshit. In February 2nd, 2016, the head prosecutor, Viktor Shokin, seized the assets of the head of Burisma, the same company that Hunter Biden was on the board of directors for. The quid pro quo, as I'll get to in a minute, that Biden admits to occurred in March of 2016, 1 month later. Now, the official narrative from the Biden team is the investigation into Burisma by Shokin had been dormant for years. Does that sound dormant to you, seizing assets? It doesn't to me. If it was the United States, take a case here, like Bill Cosby, right? Let's say while the Bill Cosby fiasco is going on, right? You're not hearing anything a month or two, and you're like, Bill Cosby, what happened? Well, Bill Cosby, Man, are they going to bring charges against Bill Cosby? Bam, all of a sudden they seize all of his assets. You'd be like, oh man, they're bringing the hammer down. Here we go, right? You know that is one of the most critical steps in proceeding with an investigation when you're seizing assets. Oh, yeah, I love Carl Jung and Jordan Peterson. I'll check that out, yeah. That is their entire case for why we shouldn't investigate. Because remember, the impeachment was about, they can't just say, right, the Democrats and the establishment and the Biden people, they couldn't say this. They can't make this argument. They can't say, well, okay, there's smoke. Maybe it looks bad that Biden did this, but ultimately we don't think it was bad. They can't say that, because if they say that and they control the narrative, then people watching could be like, well, then what the hell's the harm in investigating it, right? If there's smoke, we might as well investigate. Biden did nothing wrong, it'll clear him, no big deal. So they can't say that. They have to say, it's all a lie. There was no investigation. Definitively, nothing. There was no investigation, period. This is a debunked conspiracy theory. There was no investigation. Shokin was corrupt. He was refusing to investigate Burisma and Zlochevsky. Period. Therefore, it was perfectly legitimate, and it is for the quid pro quo to come out of Obama and Biden, and it is a crime to want to investigate it because it's been debunked. And that is a lie. That is their entire defense. It's a lie. Now, I've been telling you this for 2 months. This is where my frustration began with the Republicans in the House. Yes, the end of the story is Trump's defense team in the Senate were very skilled and did an awesome job of defending Trump. They talked about the corruption of Biden's. They talked about Ukrainian election interference. But in the House, they barely mentioned it. They spent all their time saying it wasn't a quid pro quo. It wasn't a quid pro quo. Why weren't they out there, every Republican, every day going, this is garbage. You keep saying it was debunked, that there was no investigation. Shokin wasn't doing an investigation. How do you explain the fact on February 2nd he seized the assets of the head of Burisma? How do you explain it? There is no explanation. I provided you the official documents. So if the investigation was occurring in February, then what's the reason again for wanting Shokin out? We call this in debate uniqueness, right? In debate, you have a plan, and that plan solves something. So a topic's the same all year in the style of debate I did. A topic might say something like this. The United States federal government should reduce subsidies in one of the following 5 areas: corn, sorghum, wheat, whatever. When you're affirmative, you defend that resolution. So you'd say, our plan is to reduce corn subsidies by 20%. Okay? One of the arguments you could make is called a disadvantage. What is a disadvantage to enacting that plan? A disadvantage has basically 3 parts: uniqueness, link, and impact. Uniqueness is, how are things now? Link is, how does your plan change that? And impact is, why is that bad? So let's say your plan is reduce corn subsidies by 20%. I would say that will kill the economy. First argument, uniqueness. The economy is doing good. Second argument, link. Your plan kills the economy. Third argument, impact. Killing the economy will lead to people starving to death or lead to, all 3 of those are important. If there's no impact, if I say the economy's doing good and you kill the economy and you say, yeah, that's a good thing, we want the economy to die. Now, that sounds like nonsense, but people make that argument. Then I don't win. If I say, yeah, the economy is doing great, and if you kill the economy, that's really terrible, but they win, yeah, but our plan doesn't kill the economy, then they win the debate. If I prove your plan would kill the economy and that leads to a bunch of bad impacts, but you prove to me the economy's already crap, then you win the debate. Uniqueness, how things are right now. The uniqueness debate in this situation is as follows. The establishment, the Democrats, the Biden camp is saying there was no investigation by Viktor Shokin into Burisma. they concede the link. The link is we fired Shokin, and they concede the impact. The impact was Zlochevsky was never found guilty. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know I'm using debate terminology, but does that make sense? Totally concede. Yes, there was a quid pro quo. We got rid of Shokin, and the impact of that ultimately was Zlochevsky was never prosecuted. So now it just becomes a question of their entire defense is there never was an investigation into Burisma. Shokin wasn't doing an investigation into Burisma. That's their entire argument. If we could prove, yes, there was, then it proves they are lying and corrupt. And I just proved to you that there was. In February 2nd, 2016, the assets of Burisma's founder and owner, Zlochevsky, was seized. I know, I think I got something out by yelling. I don't know if I can do Bernie with my voice, but the 1% is very furious. I'm not doing it. We must stop the 1% and their concept of going after Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a good man, and he did nothing wrong in his quid pro quo. All he wanted was for Ukraine to have noble bread lines, which are a good thing. But do you understand? I know I'm using debate jargon. We know how things ended up, right? We know that Zlochevsky, who everybody said was guilty, Obama said it, Biden said it, everyone said he was guilty, he ends up not being prosecuted. We know that, definitively. There's no argument. We know that the quid pro quo happened and that forced the firing of Shokin. No argument, right? So the Lincoln impact, done. There is no argument, even by the establishment, on that. All of the argument is on the uniqueness. All of the argument is on the question, was Viktor Shokin investigating Zlochevsky or was he not? If he wasn't, then it's perfectly fine for Biden to want him out and Obama. If he was, then it's corrupt for Biden to want him out. And he was. I'm getting flushed. Take a minute. I'm always flushed. My Bernie jowls. Now, back to the evidence. Can anyone come up with an argument to dispute that? So now we know in February 2nd, 2016, the assets of Zlochevsky are seized. That debunks the entire case, as I just said. Fact 7. Shokin was making plans in February 2016 to interview Hunter Biden as part of his investigation. You can read his interview here and his sworn court deposition here. I'm not going to put these up, but they're there. And I've talked about this deposition before. This is one of the weaker facts. Not that it's not true, but we don't know if it's true. Because the argument that the establishment making is Shokin is a corrupt liar. So what Shokin testifies to, they won't accept as proof of anything. Because you're trying to convince people of the corruption or the possible corruption that warrants investigation of Obama, Biden, etc. This fact they'll just say, who cares what Shokin said? Shokin's corrupt. So I'll just say it's a wash. Shokin is testifying under penalty of perjury that he was actually going to investigate Hunter Biden. We know that Latvia actually sent, right around this same time, documents to Shokin in his office showing that there were questionable payments going to Hunter Biden. So that seems to buttress Shokin's claim. Look, I was about to interview Hunter Biden. But, okay, I'm trying to be as fair as possible. That's just Shokin's word. That's not proof. Unlike the seizing of the assets, we have proof of that. Moving on, fact 8. Burisma's American representatives lobbied the State Department in late February 2016 to help end the corruption allegations against the company, and specifically invoked Hunter Biden's name as a reason to intervene. You could read the state's official account here. This is a February 2016 State Department memo, official memo from the government. Not me, not Rush Limbaugh. showing under Freedom of Information Act request, showing efforts by Karen Tramontano to seek a meeting about Burisma corruption allegations. Karen Tramontano is from Blue Star Strategies, which were acting as the PR firm for Burisma in the United States. Basically, the lawyers working on the behest of Burisma and Zlochevsky. Now remember, the official Obama-Biden narrative is Burisma's corrupt. Why then would their State Department be meeting with the lawyers for Burisma? If Trump says, we think that this company is corrupt, take a company, Rob Noor's Pharmaceuticals, we think it's corrupt. They're peddling drugs to kids and blah, blah, blah. They're corrupt. They're embezzling money. Why then would I be contacting Trump's administration like, hey, Trump, can I sit down and talk with you, man? Can you help me out? Trump's administration would say, no, for God's sakes, we're trying to investigate you. But for some reason, the Obama administration more than willing to sit down with the defense attorneys for Burisma and Zlochevsky. So remember, keep in mind the timeline. February 2nd, 2016. Assets of Zlochevsky seized. Zlochevsky sends his lawyers to talk to Obama's State Department. February 29th, 2016. These are just back and forths. Subject Burisma, February 24th, 2016. Per our conversation, Karen Tramontano of Blue Star Strategies requested a meeting to discuss with U.S. Novelli USG, people in the Obama State Department, remarks alleging Burisma, a Ukrainian energy company, of corruption. Look at this next part. She noted that two high-profile U.S. citizens are affiliated with the company, including Hunter Biden as a board member. Tramontano would like to talk with Novelli about getting a better understanding of how the U.S. came to the determination the company is corrupt. According to Tramontano, there is no evidence of corruption, there's been no hearing process, and evidence to the contrary has not been considered. Would appreciate any backgrounds you have. Then name redacted says, give me a day or two, I'll check. Appreciate it, just a flag. The meeting's on Tuesday, March 1st at 4 p.m. Cheers. That's from the U.S. State Department. Do you see what they did there? Hi, we're the defense team for Burisma. What's up with accusing us of being corrupt? We'd like to end this. Hunter Biden works for us. Can we sit down and talk to you? Sure, we'll get back to you. Jeff. Jeff's a good friend of mine in real life. Thank you. It's not just the Democrats. It's not just left-right. It's the establishment. But yes, thank you. See you, preacher. Thanks, man. February 2nd, Zlochevsky's assets are seized. He sends his defense attorneys to talk to the State Department of Obama in late February. Okay, next part of the story. Fact 9. Joe Biden boasted in a 2018 videotape that he forced Ukraine's president to fire Shokin in March of 2016 by threatening to withhold $1 billion in U.S. aid. You can view that here. Now let's pause for a second. What did we just learn? February 2nd, Shokin seizes the assets of Zlochevsky. Zlochevsky immediately sends his defense team to talk to State Department officials in Obama's State Department. Almost immediately, they invoke Hunter Biden's name. And then almost immediately after that, Joe Biden's put on a plane, goes to the Ukraine and says, if you don't fire Viktor Shokin, you don't get this money. Let me repeat that. Do you understand this timeline of events? The Democrats' narrative, the Biden narrative, the Obama narrative is there was no investigation. If that's true, why are the defense team from Burisma contacting the State Department concerned about the corruption investigation, asking for help. Why is the Obama administration accepting that meeting? Assets get seized. The guy who has his assets seized send his lawyers to talk to Obama's State Department. The lawyers go in and say, hey, did you know Hunter Biden works here? Joe Biden immediately gets on a plane and says, fire that damn prosecutor that just seized those assets. I don't know how to outline it any more clearly. If you're being as generous as you could possibly muster to Joe Biden, you might say, maybe, conceivably, these things weren't connected. It had nothing to do with Hunter Biden. But I don't know, even if you're the most ardent Trump hater, the most ardent Biden supporter, I don't know how anyone with any shred of personal integrity could look at these facts and not say, okay, it raises some red flags. Maybe we should look at this just to make sure. But Michael, it's not just Joe Biden. That's going to be the argument that Democrats go forward with now. If this investigation continues, as I hope it does, they'll say, oh, Joe Biden's a bad apple. Not really, we don't think, but still, that's just Joe Biden's thing. It wasn't. I already showed you. John Kerry admitted it was the entire Obama administration. They're all in on it. Exactly, Big Sky Crypto. You don't seize assets if there's no investigation. You couldn't write a better script to warrant an investigation. Assets seized. Lawyers talk to the State Department. State Department says your vice president's son works here. Lawyers talk to State Department. Lawyers tell the State Department, hey, your vice president's son works here, for God's sakes. Can you do something? Vice president immediately gets on the plane. Vice president forces the firing of the prosecutor who just seized the assets. I mean, that's clear cut. Now, this is in addition to what my point's been the entire time. There should have been any time an executive agency, an executive person, withholds U.S. tax dollars to force the firing of a prosecutor who's looking into their family's company, there should be an investigation. I don't care what the Democrats say. The Democrats' argument, oh, but a bunch of leaders in the European Union wanted Shokin gone. I don't care. Oh, but Rachel Maddow wanted Shokin gone. I don't care. Christine Lagarde at the IMF, who went to George Soros' wedding, she wanted Shokin gone. I don't care. Remember, every Republican wanted James Comey fired. Every Democrat wanted James Comey fired. Rod Rosenstein actually wrote a memo to Trump suggesting that James Comey got fired. So everyone said Comey should be fired. Trump fired Comey. Did the Democrats say, well, hey, it makes sense. Everybody said he should be fired, so that's perfectly legitimate. No, they said, we demand an investigation. There's a possible conflict of interest here with Trump firing Comey. It doesn't matter that everyone wanted Comey fired. We have to investigate to make sure Trump didn't do it for corrupt reasons. So why is it then acceptable for those same Democrats to say, oh, but it was okay for Biden to want the prosecutor looking into his son's company fired because a bunch of people said he should be fired? It's garbage. You can literally see the double standard in those two events. That's just on the surface. Now when you look at the details, turns out Biden lied. All the people connected to Biden lied. There was an investigation going on by Shokin. He seized assets. Immediately following the seizing of the assets, Zlochevsky's corrupt people, supposedly corrupt according to the Obama administration, contacted the Obama administration. They said, Hunter Biden works here. Can you do something? Joe Biden gets on a plane immediately and forces the firing of the very prosecutor that seized those assets. Unbelievable. Fact 10. Oh my God, I'm going to be here all day. It's all right. Shokin stated in interviews with me and ABC News that he was told he was fired because Joe Biden was unhappy with the Burisma investigation wasn't shut down. He made the claim anew in his sworn deposition in court. Again, this is all good information. You could click the link and see it. But if I'm playing devil's advocate, the other side will say, well, Shokin's a liar. We're not going to take his word on anything. I'm presenting the case to you that no one will be able to dispute. No one in good faith can dispute. So I get it. I get why that's included, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Fact 11. Oh, my God. This is unbelievable. Sorry, I forgot to bring that up in the window there. Fact 11. The day Shokin's fired was announced in March 2016. Burisma's legal representative sought an immediate meeting with this temporary replacement to address the investigation. Here are their emails. You see what this is saying? Wait, I'll go on to the next section. It's here. It says, I'll bring it up just so you know I'm not BSing you. English translation of the undated Ukrainian prosecutor general's memo. This is from the interim prosecutor. What happened was when Shokin got fired, there was an interim prosecutor that was brought in. And that interim prosecutor kept contemporaneous notes of what his meeting with the defense team for Burisma was. So I'll get to that in a second because that's the next fact. But you're the defense team for Burisma. You go to the State Department. You say, hey, Hunter Biden's here. Do you think you guys could do anything to stop this investigation? Joe Biden gets on a plane, forces the firing of Shokin. The day Shokin gets fired, they reach out to the new guy. Okay? That's where we're at. Fact 12. Burisma's legal representative secured that meeting April 6, 2016. So it was about a week after the firing. And told Ukrainian prosecutors that, quote, false information had been spread to justify Shokin's firing, according to Ukrainian government memo about the meeting. The representative also offered to arrange for the remaining Ukrainian prosecutors to meet with U.S. state and justice officials. You could read the Ukraine prosecutor's summary memo of the meeting here, and the Burisma's lawyer's invite to Washington here. Here's the summary of the memo. This is from the interim prosecutor in the Ukraine. Official Ukrainian government documents. Not Rush Limbaugh, not Sean Hannity. Here's what he says. In the end of March 2016, Mr. Kontratanko, the head of the Department of the Prosecutor General Office of Ukraine, that's the interim guy, informed me that 3 U.S. citizens wanted to make an appointment to see me. I agreed to see them. Those individuals turned out to be Karen Tramontano, remember from Blue Star Strategies, Sally Painter, and John Beretta, all defense attorneys for Zlochevsky and Burisma. They turned out to be representatives of the Blue Star Strategies Company, and at the same time, Karen Tramontano and Sally Painter said that in the past they had worked for the Clinton administration. The purpose of their visit was an apology for the dissemination of false information by U.S. representatives and public figures on the activities of the Prosecutor General's Office of the Ukraine in regards to the investigation of the criminal activities of Zlochevsky. Now let this sink in for a moment. You might say, Rush Limbaugh says Joe Biden was lying when he said Viktor Shokin was corrupt. Sean Hannity was lying when he said Viktor Shokin was corrupt. Rob Knorr was lying when he said Viktor Shokin wasn't corrupt. You could make that argument, right? And that's what the establishment will do. Oh no, Shokin was corrupt. Anyone who disagrees is a liar. They're a stooge. They're a Trump supporter. Can someone explain to me why the 3 lawyers representing Burisma, Joe Biden's son's company, where Joe Biden's making a ton of loot from, why would they say, hey, Joe Biden, all the public figures that said Viktor Shokin was corrupt were lying? Why would they say that? That's not Trump supporters saying it. That's not Rudy Giuliani saying it. That is the lawyers defending the interest of Hunter Biden, saying Joe Biden lied. Why would they say that? Let me read again what it said here. The purpose of their visit was an apology for the dissemination of false information by U.S. representatives and public figures on the activities of the Prosecutor General's Office of the Ukraine in regards to the investigation of the criminal activities of Zlochevsky. The lawyers for Zlochevsky go to the Prosecutor General's office and they say, there have been a lot of American representatives saying that the investigation into Zlochevsky, led by Shokin, was corrupt. We would like to apologize, and we know that those were lies. And of course they knew they were lies. How did they know? Because Zlochevsky's assets were just seized. So they knew it was lies. What incentive do they have to lie? They're trying to get Zlochevsky off the hook. They're trying to help Hunter Biden's company. Why would they say Joe Biden was lying then? And it's another case of what the Democrats say about this. Well, they don't even address it. But if they had to respond, they would say, oh, don't believe these people. They were lying. Don't believe Joe Biden when he said there was a quid pro quo. Don't believe Sergei Leshchenko when he said, as a Ukrainian parliamentarian, he interfered to help Hillary. In other words, don't believe your lying eyes when people publicly admit to you, yes, we're engaged in corruption. The Democrats say, no, you can't listen to them. You have to believe them in everything else they say. Don't believe Joe Biden when he says quid pro quo, but believe Joe Biden in everything else he says. That's what they say. So now we have the people, attorneys working in the interest of Hunter Biden admitting Joe Biden lied and actually Shokin wasn't corrupt and he was pursuing an investigation. 7 days after Shokin was fired, they're telling the new prosecutor this. These individuals noted that they'd been aware that the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine had implemented all required steps for prosecution of Zlochevsky, and that he was released by the British court due to the underperformance of British law enforcement agencies. I thank these representatives for such an assessment of the activities of the Prosecutor's Office of Ukraine and introduce them to the results of the reforms of the prosecutor departments, including the results published on the website of the PGO of Ukraine. The above-mentioned individuals were surprised by this information and said that entirely different information had been disseminated at the U.S. Department of State about the failure of the reforms of the Ukraine's Prosecutor General Office. But after they got introduced to the materials provided, they realized that the information disseminated in the U.S. was not correct, and that they would facilitate my visit to the U.S. for the purposes of delivering the information to the State Department. This was being prepared but was canceled after Leshchenko was nominated for the position, took over for Shokin. Attached, business cards that they gave him at the meeting, which I don't have, but he actually, to prove he wasn't lying, this prosecutor, he had their business cards. Thank you, Eric. Patriot Hour is awesome. All right, Truth Seeker, yeah, I'll check that out. So where are we again? Quickly run through it again. Zlochevsky, February 2nd, gets his assets seized. The head of Burisma, Hunter Biden's on the board of directors. The head of it gets his assets seized February 2nd by Viktor Shokin. The defense attorneys immediately get to the U.S., talk to Obama's State Department, say, hey, Hunter Biden works here. Can you do anything to end this investigation? Joe Biden gets on a plane, issues a quid pro quo. He gets Shokin fired under the lie that Shokin wasn't doing anything. The guy who just seized the assets of Zlochevsky. Then immediately, the defense attorneys for Zlochevsky contact the new interim prosecutor general that took over for Shokin. They tell him, we know Joe Biden lied. We know Shokin and the prosecutor general's office in the Ukraine did everything right. They were prosecuting Zlochevsky. They did it all right, and it was the British courts that messed up. We would like for you to come back with us to Washington so you can talk to the State Department and end this investigation. I mean, that's unbelievable. All of those are proven. These aren't conjecture. That's all definitively proven. That's not relying on Viktor Shokin's word. It's relying on all government official documents from the Ukraine and from the United States. Proven, 100%. Yet to want to investigate that makes you a conspiracy theories And it's criminal to want to investigate that, according to the establishment and to the Democrats. It's unbelievable. So how's the story end? I already showed you the official narrative is a lie. There was an investigation going on into Burisma. I proved that. They seized the assets. The defense attorneys for Burisma even admitted, yes, of course Shokin was not corrupt. Of course the investigation was ongoing. That's what spurred them to contact the State Department in the first place. Because Zlochevsky was pissed off, his assets got seized because of Shokin's investigation. That's why they brought up Hunter Biden's name. And that's why Joe Biden was the one who specifically stopped it. Now they'll say, oh, but prove that Hunter Biden was involved in this. I don't have to prove crap. Hunter Biden was getting $83,000 a month. He didn't want the cash train to stop. So Daddy stepped in. That's exactly why Zlochevsky hired Hunter Biden in the first place. Because he knew you ain't going to stop the gravy. He's paying a bribe to the U.S. State Department. He's paying a bribe to the Obama administration. I'm giving your vice president's son boatloads of money. So don't come after me. But the Ukrainian prosecutors weren't bought off. They were still going after him. So he went to his buddies from the Obama administration and was like, hey, man, remember, I'm giving all that money to Hunter Biden. That's the first thing they did was write up Hunter Biden's name. Hunter Biden's getting a bunch of money. You guys going to do something about this? Joe Biden says, I'm on it. Forces the prosecutor to be fired. Okay? Then the defense attorneys admit, yeah, we know Joe Biden lied. Now we get to the point. So I've already debunked their narrative. That's the entire narrative of the establishment, of the left, of the media. But let's go further with it, okay? Let's even say I couldn't debunk that. Let's look at their official story. What did I tell you they said? Joe Biden wanted an investigation into Burisma, even though his son was there. He wanted a harder investigation into his son. And so he thought by removing Shokin, there would be a better investigation. So it went to the NABU, an agency, as we'll get to here in a minute, that has close ties to Obama. It was started by Obama. It was financed by him. So what's the end of the story? They said Zlochevsky was corrupt, Obama and Biden. They said Shokin was the reason he wasn't being charged. They got their agency that they trust, that they paid for, the NABU, to have the investigation. So the end of the story is Zlochevsky, he got charged. He's sitting in prison right now. Burisma had to give all their money back to the people of the Ukraine. So it ended up working out. I'm sorry. No, the exact opposite happened. It was buried. Zlochevsky got his assets back, had to pay a small fine, and life went on as usual. Yet somehow, Biden and Obama and the EU, all the people in the EU and the IMF that were furious that Zlochevsky was walking free, all of a sudden they didn't care anymore. Almost like their concern about Zlochevsky was just an excuse to get Viktor Shokin fired. Now, as I did in the first portion of this, the Glenn Beck argument is it was more than just personally enriching Hunter Biden. But that's a scandal and it's not enough. Our politicians send money to a country. That country then hires the family of the politician and sends them huge amounts of money. Your tax dollars going back into the coffers of politicians that misappropriated your tax dollars. That's scandal enough. But the Glenn Beck version is, and in addition to Hunter Biden getting that money, it was funding a proxy war against Russia that was never declared by Congress. That's argument 2. We did the proxy war was argument 1. Argument 2 was the quid pro quo was corrupt. It personally enriched people in the Obama administration or their families, and that it warrants an investigation. I hope that I've outlined that case to you. I've showed you evidence after evidence. I challenge anyone watching here or any of your left-wing friends. Show me where I was wrong. I even took 2 of those facts and played its devil's advocate as best I could and said, I'll even discount them because it's just relying on the word of Viktor Shokin. I don't want to just rely on his word. I only want to make the case using official government documents. That's exactly what I did. me. I can't take the credit. John Solomon did it. The difference between me and John Solomon is this. He's a professional. He's a real journalist. I'm not. I'm impassioned. I get fed up and furious. I'm trying to explain this story in a way that makes sense. John Solomon just gives you the information. It's up to us to take that information and tell the story of how corrupt this is. All right. I'm going to leave my dogs out for a second. I still got more if you guys want to stay with me. So if you don't mind, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on one of my videos that you can watch for like 5 minutes as I go let my dogs out. I mean, come on, you got to let the guys out. Listen to them. They already know. So what do you want to watch? Get a quick vote here. You want to see about Rashida Tlaib walking out of the State of the Union? Russia? I already did the Russia stuff. Or do you want to see Nancy Pelosi tearing up? Or Romney? Anyone? Vote? Anyone? Video on Romney, Tlaib, or Pelosi? I'm just going to pick if people don't. Going once. Going twice. Coin flip video. Okay. It might just play something automatically after. Hopefully the sound works on this. Let's take a look, shall we? How fantastic the Iowa caucuses went for the Democrats, but I wanted to focus on this little portion. Did you know both in 2016 and in the 2020, delegates have been decided by coin flips? I know it seems strange, like such an important thing. Who could possibly be the president of the United States of America? And we're deciding important steps along the way with coin flips. But hey, the Democrats are brilliant. We saw how the caucuses went for them. So surely this is a brilliant strategy. And what's really great about it's how fair they do the coin flip to make sure that enough people get to sit around and make sure that this was done totally on the up and up. And so it really inspired me for some things on my channel. So first, let's take a look of, there was a tie between Klobuchar and Buttigieg. You know, Mayor Pete that helped with that app that just happened to fall apart and had the poll that showed that Bernie was winning be scrapped right before the caucus. You know, that Mayor Pete, really honest, great dude. Let's see how when he ties Amy Klobuchar and they do a coin flip, how he ends up coming out on top in a very fair enterprise. Let's take a look, shall we?
While you're watching, and then flip it over. Flip it over. Heads. Buttigieg. Heads. Buttigieg.
All right, so Buttigieg will get 3 delegates.
Wasn't that great? Did you see how that worked? So in the spirit of this fairness and fantastic thing, congratulations to Mayor Pete. It's great that that really fair coin flip went. So now I figure if that process is good enough for the Democratic primaries, it'll be good enough for me on my channel here. So I've been asking around and thinking, do I have the greatest YouTube channel out of every other content provider on YouTube? And it's difficult. I'm up there. It's basically a tie, me or anyone else in the entire platform of YouTube. So what I've done here is I've got a quarter, and I'm going to flip it. I figure if it's good enough for our democracy, if it's good enough for the Democrats to decide who may be president of the United States, it'd be good enough for me. So in the spirit of Mayor Pete's victory, I figure we'll decide it. Heads is that, yes, I have the greatest YouTube channel in existence, and tails would be that it's someone else of the millions upon millions of other people that do it. You ready? Here we go. Heads. It's heads. I did it. I have the greatest YouTube channel. Thank you so much, everyone. I mean, that's definitive. If it's good enough for the Democrats, it's good enough. I'll redo it just in case. Oh, it's heads. It's heads again. Oh, man. It's fantastic. I win every time. I don't know how it works. Just like Hillary in the 2016 caucus. I keep winning those coin flips, right? So, hey, there you have it. Greatest YouTube channel in existence. Thank you so much to everyone. This is a very fair process. No need to have a vote. It's already been tallied. So thank you. Please like and subscribe. I'll have a link in my description how you can support me. I mean, it would seem only reasonable for your viewers out there to support the greatest YouTube channel in existence. I've done it in a very fair manner, as you saw. The coin flip doesn't lie. I mean, if it's good enough for the Democrats, they're brilliant, right? It's those evil Republicans. And by the way, if you disagree with me, if you think that there was a problem with that, then you must be Russian. You must be a Russian asset. Just like the Democrats tell us about the people that think that there are problems with the Iowa caucus. So, yeah. I'm the greatest YouTube channel. The coin doesn't lie. You disagree, you're a Russian asset. Please check out the links in the description how you can support me. Send me money on Patreon and PayPal. I mean, why wouldn't you send money to the greatest YouTube channel in existence? And support me on the other platforms that are listed there as well. I'll be doing a live stream at 11 p.m. tonight, so check that out, and have a good one. Hopefully y'all could hear that. I didn't check. I got the girls out, though. That's the important thing. Let me just check here. Hopefully y'all could hear that. I didn't check. I got the girls out. Thank you. Thank you all for still being here. Now listen, I know this is heavy. It's hard to maintain an audience through a lot of this. It's dense stuff. So, get into some, I like having fun too. We'll get to some lighter stuff some other day. Fact 13. Burisma officials eventually settled the Ukraine investigations in late 2016 and early 2017, paying a multi-million-dollar fine for tax issues. They paid some taxes. Yeah, the coin was right? Best channel. Also, best viewers. Fact 14. In March 2019, Ukrainian authorities reopened an investigation against Burisma and Zlochevsky based on new evidence of money laundering. You could read the NABU's February 2019 recommendation to reopen the case here, the March 2019 notice of suspicion by Ukraine prosecutors here, and a May 2019 interview here, the Ukrainian senior law enforcement official stating the investigation was ongoing. And here is an announcement of this week that Zlochevsky Burisma probe has been expanded to include allegations of theft of Ukrainian state funds. So the investigation's ongoing. It was buried, but the new anti-corruption president Zelensky has it ongoing. I'm not going to bring up any of those links. Fact 15. The Ukraine embassy in Washington issued a statement in April 2019 admitting that a Democratic National Committee contractor named Alexandra Chalupa solicited Ukrainian officials in spring of 2016 for dirt on the Trump campaign manager Paul Manafort in hopes of staging a congressional hearing close to the 2016 election that would damage Trump's election chances. You can read the embassy statement here and here. Your colleague, Dr. Fiona Hill, confirmed this episode, testifying Ukraine bet on the wrong horse. They bet on Hillary Clinton winning. Official document from the governor of Ukraine. Official April 25th, 2019 statement of Ukrainian embassy in Washington to The Hill concerning the activities of the Democratic National Committee Alexandra Chalupa during the 2016 election. The embassy got to know Ms. Chalupa because of her engagement with Ukrainian and other diasporas in Washington, D.C., and not in her DNC capacity. We learned about her DNC involvement later. We were surprised to see Alexandra's interest in Mr. Paul Manafort's case. It was her own cause. The embassy representatives unambiguously refused to get involved in any way, as we were convinced that this was strictly a U.S. domestic matter. No documents related to the Trump campaign or any individuals involved in the campaign have been passed to Ms. Chalupa or the DNC, neither from the embassy nor via the embassy. No documents exchanged was even discussed. All ideas floated by Alexandra were related to approaching a member of Congress with the purpose to initiate hearings on Paul Manafort or letting an investigative journalist ask President Leshchenko a question about Manafort during his public talk in D.C. We said no to all. Official statement from the Ukrainian embassy. Now, why is this important? So let me just rehash real quick. We did the Glenn Beck proxy war. We did the investigation, why there should be an investigation into the illegality of the Obama quid pro quo. Now we're on to number 3, Ukrainian election interference. Remember, Trump wanted to investigate 2 things. The Bidens and their quid pro quo, Ukrainian election interference. If I prove to you that there's reason to investigate any one of the 3 of the cases I outlined, not only does that mean Trump shouldn't have been impeached, but it should make you extremely question why the Democrats fought tooth and nail to stop even an investigation. It's time to stop being on the defense and go on the offense. The entire Democrat case against Trump for the start of the allegations of Russia collusion was there were people in Trump's camp that were seeking to get dirt on Hillary and the DNC from foreign officials. Here we have Alexandra Chalupa of the DNC attempting to get dirt on Trump's team from foreign officials. Now, the Ukrainian embassy says, we didn't give in to that. But we at least know, just from right here, we know it is the official statement of the Ukrainian embassy in Washington that a DNC operative approached them and tried to get dirt on Trump's team. That alone, according to the Democrats, is a crime. Remember, Don Jr. didn't get dirt, right? He didn't get dirt. They just said he was looking for the dirt. That's what warranted investigating him. So why shouldn't there be an investigation into Alexandra Chalupa and the DNC? Again, everything they accuse their opponents of doing, they're actually doing. Now, this is just the very beginning of this story. So now we know there was a DNC operative trying to get dirt from foreign officials on Trump's team. Undisputed. Why wouldn't that be reason to investigate? It's just the beginning. Fact 16. Chalupa sent an email to top DNC officials in May of 2016, acknowledging she was working on the Manafort issues. You could read the email here. So one of the defenses are, well, Chalupa was just operating on her own. From Chalupa, you saw this, right? Here's what she says to the people at the DNC. A lot more is coming down the pipe. I spoke to a delegation of 68 investigative journalists from Ukraine last Wednesday at the Library of Congress, the Open World Society Forum. They put me on the program to speak specifically about Manafort, and I invited Michael Isakov. Remember Michael Isakov? He's the one who got the information from Christopher Steele and was used in the FISA warrants to back up Christopher Steele's data from Yahoo News. Whom I've been working with for the past few weeks and connected him with Ukrainians. So she put a journalist in touch that she's working directly with, in touch with Ukrainian officials to get dirt on people connected to Trump. And now she's saying, more of this dirt's coming out. She continues, more offline tomorrow since there is a big Trump component you and Lauren need to be aware of that will hit in the next few weeks, and something I'm working on you should be aware of. Since I started digging into Manafort, these messages have been daily occurrences on my Yahoo account. That's from WikiLeaks. That's an actual email from Chalupa. So there you have a DNC member admitting to the DNC, yes, I'm working with the journalists to get dirt on Trump from Ukrainians. So the DNC was fully aware of it. That's not Rush Limbaugh. That's not Sean Hannity. That is an official email from a DNC operative telling other DNC operatives, I'm working to get dirt on Trump from Ukrainians. Yet we're told that's all conspiracy. It's all been debunked. That's her own words. I just read them to you. Fact 17. Ukraine's ambassador to Washington, Valerie Chile, wrote an op-ed in The Hill in August 2016, slamming GOP nominee Donald Trump for his policies on Russia, despite a Geneva Convention requirement that ambassadors not become embroiled in the internal affairs of elections of host countries. You can read the op-ed here and the Geneva Convention rules here. And your colleagues, Ambassador Yovanovitch and Dr. Hill, both confirm this. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't care at all about this. I understand that technically this might be against the Geneva Convention, but basically what this is, an ambassador said, I don't like Trump's policies. I have no problem with that. I really don't. I don't care if it's against the Geneva Convention or not. So here's one, and I'm trying to be as honest as possible. I hope this shows it. I don't really see the problem with this. I'm not going to raise a stink if Norway's ambassador comes out and says, Joe Biden sucks. I'm not going to care. And so I don't care that a Ukrainian ambassador said, I don't like Donald Trump's policies. Don't care. Were they releasing dirt into ongoing investigations? That's different. But just saying I don't like his policies, I don't care. So, I'll move on to the next fact. Not that important to me. So far what's important on this Ukrainian interference is Chalupa admits she was a DNC operatives admitting and telling other DNC operatives, I'm working with Ukrainians to get dirt on Trump. According to the Democrats, that's a crime worth investigating. Spent 3 years investigating Trump based on those sorts of claims. Fact 18. A Ukrainian district court ruled in December 2018 that the summer 2016 release of information by Ukrainian parliamentary member Sergei Leshchenko and NABU director Artem Sitnik about an ongoing investigation of Manafort amounted to improper interference by Ukraine's government in the 2016 election. You can read the court ruling here. Leshchenko and Sitnik denied the allegations and have won an appeal suspending that ruling on a jurisdictional technicality. Let's go to the Kiev Post. It's a Ukrainian news source. Publication of Manafort payments violated the law, interfered in U.S. election, a Kiev court rules. 2 Ukrainian officials violated the law by revealing information about millions of dollars of alleged illegal cash payments to lobbyists and former chair U.S. President Donald Trump's election campaign manager, Manafort, a Kiev court said on December 12th. In reviewing the administrative case filed by Borislav Rosenblatt, the court concluded that Sitnik, the director of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, remember, that's the same bureau that ended up getting the investigation into Burisma. So the actual same bureau, the head of the same bureau that's interfering to help Hillary win the election was ultimately the one that got to decide whether or not Zlochevsky was guilty. And he said no. As I said to you over and over, the NABU was started and financed by the Obama administration and regularly buried cases for the Obama administration. And so if the Obama administration thought Zlochevsky was guilty and the NABU got the case, there is no reason for the NABU to say Zlochevsky was innocent. And that's what they did. And a parliamentarian named Sergei Leshchenko acted illegally when they revealed that Manafort's surname and signature were found in the so-called Black Ledger of ousted President Viktor Yanukovych's Party of Regions. The Black Ledger is alleged to be a secret accounting book showing suspicious payments by the party to a range of individuals and officials. It became a key document implicating Manafort in corruption in the Ukraine, and it helped to end his tenure as Trump's campaign chair. Post that link. I did watch the Beck video, Dash. That was the entire first hour was me doing the Beck video. But go back and check it out when we're done here. Now, what does this mean? Two officials in the Ukraine, high-ranking officials, the head of basically their FBI, and one of their top parliamentarians, or at least a parliamentarian. A Ukraine court found guilty of interfering in the 2016 election. And I'm going to sidetrack here for a second because I don't remember what Solomon has coming up. It's been a while since I read this article. Let's go back here for a second. Who are these men? Sergei Leshchenko, I'll show you in a minute, and Artem Sitnik, the head of the NABU. This is like basically their James Comey, the head of their FBI. Okay? I want to play something for you.
First of all, in April, former prosecutor general Leshchenko, the good guy, remember, that came in after the bad guy was taken out? He decides to give an interview with Ukrainian media. And in that interview, he makes a stunning comment. Quote, I don't know how, but the Americans got an audio recording of Mr., how do you say his name? Sitnik, of his conversation. Now, that's the guy who ran the Anti-Corruption Bureau. He was resting with his family and friends now and discussing how he'd like to help Hillary. So the guy who was in charge of the anti-corruption, they caught him on tape talking about how he'd like to. Well, let me play it for you. Now, this is the first time, strange because it's been out in the newspapers in Ukraine, this is the first time that we know of that this has been translated by anyone in the media in English. I just want you to listen. Now, the speaker you're going to hear is Director Sitnik, and this is what he said. Listen.
Помогали ему все-таки эти русские? Ну, ваши.
Я думаю, що так.
Да?
Я ж йому теж не йому, а Хіларі допомагав.
А, тоді ви там трошки шатнули, да.
Ні, це так пишуть.
Ну, мені кажется, Хіларі погано було, не дуже.
Wow, Clinton Foundation.
Ну, я наскільки пам'ятаю, ви говорили, що для нас навіть не було ближче Хіларі.
Ні, Трамп же ж він чисто в нього внутрішні питання домінують над зовнішніми. А Хіларі це якби це із тих політиків, що вони гегемонія Америки в світі. Для нас це так лучше. А для американців так, це те, що Трамп робить.
На зараз ці американські спецовці, це баба, мужик.
Ми ж оприлюднили здання про Манафорта, якого посадили. Манафорт ж був керівник цього виборчого штабу Трампа.
Released it to the public. Admitted to interfering to help Hillary.
Ну, його ж тоді це з сторони весь час, в тому числі за те, що проходили початку бухгалтерію, посадили там, що 80 років позбавили. І Трампа барабан, тому що у них система працює чітко.
Система хороша.
І коли це були вибори, за неділю до виборів, FBI поновив розслідування відносно Хіларі. У неї рейтинг упав на 7%, і Трамп натяжко переміг. Я так не можу зрозуміти, що Трамп воює з FBI, і каже, що його доганяють. Якби не FBI, то він би не був президентом. У них Хіларі погасили рейтинг на 7%.
Wow, that
So did you hear that? Not only did a Ukrainian court say that Sitnik was guilty of interfering in the election, he admits it there. He admits it. Yes, the Russians helped Trump. I interfered to help Hillary with the black accounting, the black ledger. He admits it. Now remember that black ledger, because if you've heard this before, I have new news for you from last night about this black ledger coming up. So he admits, yes, I interfered to help Hillary. The Ukrainian court found him guilty of that. Who was the other person? That's the head of their FBI, the head of the NABU. That's the guy that was in charge of the investigation into Zlochevsky. Huh. Admitting to helping Hillary. Also, just a brief aside, notice how he admitted there, Hillary's the establishment. She's better for the establishment of the world. Trump's better for the people of the United States. They know. They know what's up. Who was the other person? Sergei Leshchenko. This is Financial Times. I've talked about this article over and over. Mainstream media outlet in the United States, Financial Times, August 28, 2016, a couple months before the election, right? For years, Sergei Leshchenko, a top Ukrainian anti-corruption campaigner, worked to expose kleptocracy under former President Yanukovych. Now he's focusing on a new perceived pro-Russian threat to the Ukraine, U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump. The prospect of Mr. Trump, who has praised Ukraine's archenemy Vladimir Putin, becoming the leaders of the country's biggest ally has spurred not just Mr. Leshchenko, but Kiev's wider political leadership to do something they never have attempted before. Intervene, however indirectly, in a U.S. election. Let me repeat that. Intervene in a U.S. election. Who? Leshchenko and Ukraine's wider political leadership. Did you hear that? Did you see what's happening? 2 months before the election, the mainstream media is reporting this guy Leshchenko and other leaders in Ukraine are intervening to help Hillary Clinton. Yet we're told it's debunked. This is all a lie. Now maybe you say, well, hey, maybe the Financial Times got the reporting wrong. Where's the proof? Let's proceed. Mr. Leshchenko and the Ukraine's Anti-Corruption Bureau, that's the NABU led by Sitnik, published a secret ledger this month that authorities claim show millions of dollars of off-the-book cash payments to Manafort. Manafort denies wrongdoings, resigned from his role, but Leshchenko and other political actors in Kiev say they will continue their efforts to prevent a candidate who suggested Russia might keep Crimea from reaching the summit of American political power. Here's a quote from Mr. Leshchenko. A Trump presidency would change the pro-Ukrainian agenda in American foreign policy. For me, it was important to show not only the corruption aspect, but that he is a pro-Russian candidate who could break the geopolitical balance. In other words, Mr. Leshchenko didn't like Trump's policies. You see? So he interfered, and he's going to continue to interfere. That's what he's admitting to. Probably won't have any effect, though. Quote, Ukraine's anti-corruption activists have probably saved the Western world, Anton Chekhov said, a Western-based activist specializing in Russia-Ukraine tweeted after Manafort resigned. This is 2 months before the election in the mainstream media. The same mainstream media that got the vapors. Oh my God, Russia interfered. Foreign interference into an election. That's an act of war. Oh my God, that's so terrible. They're reporting, oh yeah, Ukraine's interfering to help Hillary. That's cool though. They probably saved the world. Leshchenko and Sitnik found guilty. Both admitting, I just played you audio and showed you a quote from both of these two admitting they interfered in the 2016 election to help Hillary. Everybody at the State Department that testified against Trump said that this was debunked and it was a lie. Everyone in the media says this is debunked and it was a lie. Their official story is, how could Ukraine have interfered? We know it was Russia. Because they treat you they care so little about you, average American, whether you're on the left or the right. They actually believe you're so stupid that you'll be like, yeah, if one country interfered, then the other must not have been able to. That's how dumb these people think you are. Now, I already proved. I gave a lot of evidence with the Glenn Beck's thing and the proxy war, and I proved that $1.8 billion went missing, and that warrants an investigation. I proved that the Democrats and the establishment lied when they said Viktor Shokin was not doing anything in the investigation into Burisma and Zlochevsky. Proved it. That entire quid pro quo story needs investigating and shows corruption. The third aspect, did Ukraine interfere? Yes! Definitively. Not only were DNC operatives working, admitting in their own emails to trying to work with Ukrainian officials to get dirt on Manafort, they succeeded. Unlike with the accusations of Trump Jr. Trump Jr. supposedly wanted dirt on Hillary from Russians, but he never got it. The DNC sent operatives that was bragging to the rest of the DNC, yes, I'm working with Ukrainians. Big stuff's coming down the pipe. We got this dirt on Manafort. Now remember that black ledger. I'm going to get to it at the end of this. Fact 19, George Soros Open Society Foundation issued a memo in February 2016 on its strategy for Ukraine, identifying the nonprofit Anti-Corruption Action Center as the lead for its efforts. Read the memo here. Let's do it. This is kind of an aside, but... oh boy, it's been a while since I read this. Well, I'll link it, and if someone could search document, they might. For some reason, the search document feature is just not working for me. But it's there. And it's undisputed that Soros funded the Anti-Corruption Action Center. We know that. Now, why is that important? Well, we're about to get to it. The State Department, fact 20, the State Department and Soros Foundation jointly funded the Anti-Corruption Action Center. You can read about it here. Maybe you can't. Or here. That link used to come up, I assure you. Oh, this is boring, I know. Fourth storyline was came out of going, the Anti-Corruption Action Center was described as, they came after the civil society organizations, including Soros. For some reason, this is really blocky for me. I'll find a different link to this, but I will give you that I can't right now. It's definitively proven that Soros and Obama funded the Anti-Corruption Action Center. 21. In April 2016, U.S. Embassy Charge Affair George Kent sent a letter to Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office demanding Ukrainian prosecutors stand down a series of investigations into how Ukrainian nonprofits spent U.S. aid dollars, including the Anti-Corruption Action Center. You can read that letter here. Kent signed it. And this will kind of show you what I'm talking about. Now, this, I'm going to read through this real quick because I think this is also a letter that Glenn Beck talks about in his segment. Let me just see. I'll read through it. Thank you for your letter dated March 29, 2016. Clarification of your remarks. I'm answering on behalf of the Ambassador Paya. I would like to make clear, as Ambassador Paya in his public statement said, the United States has no concerns about the use of our assistance funds for our joint project with the Prosecutor General's office. Furthermore, as we've also said publicly, none of these assistance funds were provided directly to any entity within the Prosecutor General's office, including Deputy Prosecutor General Stavridis and his staff. We've accounted for every single foreign assistance dollar provided within the framework of this project. That's the part Glenn Beck points out. That $1.8 billion that came up missing, why is it that when the Ukraine sent a letter, this is George Kent, who was the first witness to testify against Trump from the State Department. He gets a letter from the Ukraine that says, look, you're sending this money and it's disappearing. It's going to these corrupt oligarchs. George Kent replies, we know where every single dollar's at. Then where's the $1.8 billion? Here's the end. We are completely satisfied that the assistance in question has not only been used for the purposes and, as stated above, do not see any grounds from our perspective as the donor who provided the assistance for an investigation into their use. Given the above, we reject the allegations that Mr. Sekhavaroda, whatever his name is, the allegations where the money was being funneled corruptly. They reject that, or anyone within the Prosecutor General's office with whom we worked could have misused these funds since they were never under their control. The investigation into the actions of the Anti-Corruption Action Center, based on the assistance they have received from us, that's the United States, were similarly misplaced. As voiced by the European Union Ambassador Jim Tobaninski, we are gravely concerned about the investigation into the Anti-Corruption Action Center funded by Obama and Soros, for which we see no basis, and which appears to be an attempt to intimidate those in the Prosecutor General's office most committed to combating corruption, as well as non-governmental partners and outspoken anti-corruption activists. Who's this signed by? George Kent. Now, what did he say there? Again, like I said, on the Glenn Beck aspect of this, he said, one, we know where every dollar went. That's a lie. Then how do you explain the 1.8 billion? Do you starting to see a pattern here? Ukraine's like, hey, U.S., you're sending this money and it's going to corrupt people. Like, what the heck's going on? And the U.S. is like, shut your mouth. It's fine. We know where all the money's at. Then the Ukraine's like, hey, we did an investigation and held a trial. Like, there were people in our government interfering in your election. And the Obama holdover people are like, shut your mouth. Don't you investigate them. Isn't it odd that Ukraine and the Ukrainian government's more concerned about the American taxpayer being ripped off and the American voter being screwed with than the American government is? Isn't that odd? That's George Kent. His signature. Testified. He told them not to look into the Anti-Corruption Action Center. Okay? Fact 22. Ukrainian prosecutor General Yuri Leshchenko, that's different than Leshchenko, Prosecutor Leshchenko said in a televised interview that he met with Ambassador Yovanovitch during a 2016 meeting to provide the list of names of Ukrainian nationals and groups she did not want to see prosecuted. You can see it there. We don't have to click it. He said there was a do not prosecute list. Fact 23. Yovanovitch said there was no do not prosecute list. Said it was a fabrication. She said it here. Okay? Leshchenko says there's a do not prosecute list. Yovanovitch says there wasn't. Now, this was brought up in the impeachment several times. George Kent, Fiona Hill, and Yovanovitch herself all said, Leshchenko's a big liar. Don't believe anything he says. He's corrupt. There was never a do not prosecute list. That's what they said, okay? All right, we got that. Now, I already provide you evidence that George Kent said, we don't want you looking into the Anti-Corruption Action Center. Despite, fact 24, despite the differing accounts of what happened at the Leshchenko-Yovanovitch meeting, a senior U.S. official in an interview arranged by the State Department stated to me in the spring of 2019 that U.S. officials did pressure Leshchenko's office on several occasions not to prosecute, investigate, or harass certain Ukrainian activists, including parliamentarian member Leshchenko, that guy that interfered in the election, journalist Shokin, and the Anti-Corruption Action Center and NABU director, Sitnik. Now, this, to me, is the most devastating part of this whole section of the story. So here's the story. I proved to you that Leshchenko and Sitnik were interfering in the 2016 election to help the Democrats, to help Hillary, right? That's proven. I showed you that. Now, we've been told ad nauseum for 3 years, interfering in elections is foreign interference in elections. It's an act of war. It's the biggest deal. Congressional hearings on Capitol Hill, even when it's just a Russian troll on Pokemon Go, it's still a huge deal. Could have swung the election. Oh my God, we have to raid lawyer's office in the middle of the night. We have to, drag Roger Stone out in his underwear. We have to look at crimes from decades past. We have to have a special investigator, special prosecutor. All of that in the name of stopping foreign election interference. Remember? We're told every day how important it was. Now we have admitted 2 people from Ukraine, high-level people that interfered in the election. Admitted. By releasing this black ledger to take down Manafort. Both of them admitted. I played you the audio from Sitnik. I read you the quotes from Leshchenko. Now, Leshchenko, a prosecutor in the Ukraine, says, I was approached by the ambassador Yovanovitch and told there are people I can't prosecute. Yovanovitch says that's garbage. All of the State Department people testified in the open hearings at the impeachment trial in the House, oh, that's garbage. Leshchenko's a liar. That's all been debunked. That's what they testified to. Now, would it surprise you to know that before the open testimonies, they had closed-door testimonies? Adam Schiff then selectively leaked what he wanted to out to make Trump look bad. Then they picked the people they wanted from the closed-door testimony that Schiff thought made his case and had them testify at the open door. But there were transcripts of these closed-door testimony. George Kent was someone who worked at the State Department and was the first witness to testify in the open setting against Trump. George Kent testified in the open hearing. Remember, this occurred after the closed hearing. He testified in the open hearing that there was never any pressure put on Leshchenko or any Ukrainian prosecutor not to prosecute certain people. That's what he said. That's what Yovanovitch said. That's what Fiona Hill said. That's what Vindman said. Now, this is page 70. Are you a little impressed that I remember the page? Because I do. Because I went through all these closed-door testimony and read the transcripts that are available. The Q here's the questions being asked by Castor. The A is answers been given by George Kent. Now, I want to read to you what it said here. Just bear with me for a minute. Mr. Castor, question. At any point in time, were names of officials, whether it was for any reason, shared with the prosecutor's office in connection with do not prosecute? Kent says, well, again, we don't go in and say do not prosecute. There are types of conversations that we have that might be construed are different. Question. You mentioned the name Sitnik earlier. Answer. Artem Sitnik, who is still and the first head of the so-called NABU, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. Question. Was he ever in the crosshairs of Leshchenko? Answer. Yes, he was. Question. Was he being investigated? Answer. To the best of my knowledge, yes. There were open prosecutor general investigations on Mr. Sitnik. Question. Do you know if anyone at the embassy ever asked Leshchenko not to investigate Sitnik? Now just pause here for a second. George Kent said there was no do not prosecute conversations. That's a lie by Leshchenko. We know that Sitnik, the guy they're talking about right here, publicly admitted to interfering, well, not publicly, but there's audio of him admitting to interfering in the election to help Hillary. We know, according to George Kent from just there, he was being investigated by Leshchenko for this. In fact, he was found guilty at a court that was overturned on a technicality. So there was an investigation into Sitnik about interfering in the 2016 election to help the Democrats. George Kent says he was never pressured to stop any investigations. So let's see what Kent answers here. Again, question. Do you know if the embassy ever asked Leshchenko not to investigate Sitnik? Answer from George Kent from his closed-door testimony. What I would say, I would characterize the interactions as different because what we warned both Leshchenko and others that efforts to destroy the NABU as an organization, including opening up investigations of Sitnik, threatened to unravel a key component of our anti-corruption cooperation. Let me break this down for you. Obama loyalists in the State Department are literally burying investigations into foreign election interference that benefited the Democrats. That same official, the same State Department people that buried investigations into foreign election interference are the very same people testifying against Donald Trump, saying that it was improper for him to want to investigate Ukrainian election interference. Do you see the insanity of this? Of course George Kent and Yovanovitch and Fiona Hill and Vindman don't want Trump to investigate election interference because they were part of it. They stand to lose huge if the investigation comes out and the average American learns, Holy shit, you're telling me that the people at our State Department were actively helping Ukraine interfere in our elections to help the Democrats? That's unbelievable. I don't know how to make this more clear. And how did he put it? Right? I said this at the time. The way they talk, they cover their butts. So funny. Well, we didn't tell him not to prosecute. But what we said is, you shouldn't, and if you do, there's going to be a problem. Now, what did they say about Trump's call with Zelensky? It was a quid pro quo, because what he was insinuating is, if you know what's good for you, if you want us to cooperate with you, then you're going to start this investigation. They said, oh, that's proof of a quid pro quo. Let's see what George Kent said, the State Department said again. Read carefully. We warned Leshchenko and others that efforts to destroy the NABU, including opening up investigations of Sitnik, threatened to unravel a key component of our anti-corruption cooperation. What was the anti-corruption cooperation? Any clue? The billions of dollars we were sending them. You think I'm making this up? This is the official transcript of George Kent's testimony. Page 70. Look it up yourself. Right, blank. And that's what you're saying. There was no actual list. Yeah, of course. Everyone in the media went nuts because supposedly Leshchenko retracted his statement that there was a list. But what Leshchenko later came out to clarify to the New York Times was, it's a problem with colloquialisms. He has a translator. So when we say, if I'd be like, dude, let me give you a list of the best baseball players ever. Lou Gehrig, Babe Ruth, Roger Maris, we colloquially call that a list. Leshchenko, to him, a list is, I wrote it down on paper. So what Yovanovitch told him was, don't prosecute Sitnik, don't prosecute Leshchenko, don't prosecute this guy Shabunyan from the Anti-Corruption Action Center. That is a list of names, but it wasn't physically a list on a paper. But that was good enough for the media. Oh, it was okay for her to tell. It's okay for our State Department to tell Ukraine, you're not allowed to investigate corruption that helped Obama, that helped the Democrats. As long as they don't write those names down on a piece of paper, then it's okay. I mean, that's how stupid they are. Now listen, in addition to this being evidence of Ukraine interfering in the election and why that warrants an investigation, someone tell me how it's not the biggest news story in the country that after 3 years of being told every day that foreign election interference is the biggest deal, that we have admitted State Department officials burying investigations into foreign election interference. Why is it that every single time, every single time, that we're told, oh, Trump or people connected to Trump or blah, 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 something they did was a big deal and it warrants an investigation. Every single time when we can say, well, wait a minute, here's the exact same type of thing happening on the other side, the answer is always, oh, no need to investigate that. In fact, to investigate that would be corrupt in itself. I didn't know that, Invader Sim. Yeah, the red flag laws are terrible. It's so infuriating. Now, why did I do video after video saying the Republicans in the House dropped the ball? I had to watch, screaming at my screen, every time Kent or Hill or Yovanovitch or Vindman or any of the other ones got up. Oh, Leshchenko's a liar. Oh, no, we didn't do it. There was no Ukrainian election interference. Oh, no, we didn't tell anyone not to prosecute. And not one Republican in the House could pick up this transcript that I have and say, page 70 right here. Or how about that letter George Kent signed saying, don't prosecute the Anti-Corruption Bureau? They couldn't pick those up and say, that's garbage. You're lying. Instead, they just said, no quid pro quo. Thank God Trump's defense team was more prepared, but even they didn't bring this up. This is a second scandal separate to the defense of Trump. Honestly, let's say you're a Trump hater. Let's say you truly believe Russia interfered in the election, right? Now let's say there's some kind of opposition to Putin in Russia. And they start investigating and they start contacting U.S. officials and they're like, we have evidence that pro-Russian officials were actually feeding Trump information or feeding information to the press to help Trump in the 2016 election. Okay? Let's say that happened. Trump interfered to help, or Russia interfered to help Trump, and some activists in Russia are trying to send proof. They're actively investigating the Russians that interfered to help Trump. And Trump's State Department officials say, don't you dare do that. Don't you dare look into Russian interference that helped Trump. We'll cut off all aid with you. We'll punish you in some way if you continue to investigate Russian interference that helped Trump. What do you think the media story would be like in that world? Riots in the street, people calling for Trump's head. This proves it. He's corrupt. That's collusion with Russia. Finally, get him out, impeach him. But when it's the Democrats, not only do they not say anything, but they say if you even want to investigate it, you should be charged with a crime. Yeah, Big Sky, it is frustrating, and hopefully it'll come out in a Senate investigation. Why hasn't it already? Why can me, some schlub on a chair that works 80 hours a week, that has no special access, why can I come up with this? Why hasn't this been shouted? Where is your representative right now that's a Republican? Why isn't he shouting about this? Why do I have more passion and more information than them? How wasn't this the number one story the entire time during the impeachment thing? All right, I'm done with this letter from... Wrap that up here. 3 hours and 20 minutes I've been going. Whee! So let me give an overview of this then. A conclusionary statement, if you will. Trump was accused of doing two things improperly. Wanting to investigate Biden, wanting to investigate Ukrainian election interference. I outlined the case, I feel, beyond a reasonable doubt. That not only that these things were corrupt, but at least, at a bare minimum, they warranted an investigation. If there was reason for an investigation, you have to ask yourself two things. One, why would we then impeach Trump for doing an investigation which he's obligated to do? And second, why in God's name did it take Trump to hold these investigations? What was the other side doing? On the Bidens and Burisma, their defense is quite simply, it was okay for Biden and Obama to issue a quid pro quo because Viktor Shokin had stalled the investigation and wasn't doing anything for years into the investigation into Burisma. That was a lie. I showed it to you. He seized the assets on February 2nd. Seizes the assets February 2nd. This prompts Zlochevsky's lawyers to contact Obama's State Department. The first thing they say is Hunter Biden works here. Almost immediately, Joe Biden flies to the Ukraine, forces the firing of Shokin. The defense attorneys for Zlochevsky admit, yes, we know that Joe Biden lied. We know that Shokin wasn't corrupt. He was investigating. The investigation gets kicked to the NABU, the same NABU that was so bosom buddies with Obama, they actually interfered in the election to help his party, and they let Zlochevsky off the hook. Unequivocal, complete destruction of any argument that it was okay to issue that quid pro quo by Biden and Obama. Therefore, Trump was right to want to investigate it. Second, Ukrainian election interference. I read you quotes from Sergei Leshchenko in the Financial Times of August 2016, 2 months before the election, admitting that him, the head of the NABU, and, quote, the wider political leadership of the Ukraine was intervening in the U.S. election to help Hillary. I read you evidence that a DNC operative named Alexandra Chalupa, from her own emails, was emailing the DNC admitting she was working with Ukrainian officials to get dirt on Donald Trump. I read you evidence that Obama people, holdovers from the State Department, actively suppressed the Ukrainian investigations into election interference to benefit Hillary Clinton. Therefore, it deserved an investigation. Now, if you've stuck with me for 3.5 hours, congratulations, you have no life. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much. Here is the new piece of evidence that I have. And it's very interesting on multiple levels. Now remember, what was the Ukrainian election interference? Oh, and by the way, I'll just mention, and then there's the third portion of this. The idea that $1.8 billion went to a corrupt oligarch connected with Burisma, whose bank then lost the money. And he happened to be the financier of the war against Russia in the Ukraine. So it looks like Obama funded a proxy war. That's what Glenn Beck's video was about last night. So John Solomon, who I've been talking up and a lot of this information came from, puts out a new report. He's got a new website coming out called Just the News. It'll be awesome, but this was their first kind of like teaser. He talks about, remember, the election interference, what form did it take? It was, quote, this black ledger. Okay? Now, one of the arguments people make, most of the time people just say, everything everyone says is wrong, it's all been debunked. But if you can get the odd person that wants to at least try to talk specifics, this is what they'll say. Oh, that's it? That was their interference? They released a black ledger about Trump's campaign manager. So what? Manafort is guilty anyways. So the evidence in it was true, so who cares? That's problematic for a multitude of reasons. One, the big election interference that supposedly Russia did was hack the DNC and give the information to WikiLeaks. Now, all of that information was true. Everyone acknowledges that the WikiLeaks cabals were all true. None of it was manufactured. Yet no one said, oh, if it's true, then that's not interference. So why is it then, oh, well, if the ledger was true, then that's not interference? That's ridiculous. Second, it was directed specifically at the campaign manager of Trump. And it hurt him image-wise very significantly. And it still laid the groundwork for the constant smears that Trump would get that somehow he's connected to Russians, because that's what the Black Ledger was saying. Manafort took money from pro-interest groups in the Ukraine. Pro-Russian interest groups in the Ukraine. So it was very effective. No dirt that was released about Hillary ended up in her having to have any of her staff resign. No dirt that was released about Hillary ended up in the FBI wiretapping her. So this idea, oh, well, some election interference is okay, foreign interference is okay, but others aren't, ridiculous. It's either okay or it's not. That's the case I'm trying to make people, just to simplify this. You might say, yes, it's okay. Okay, then that's fine. Then Trump shouldn't have gotten in trouble, neither should have Hillary. Or you might say, no, it's never okay. Okay, fair enough. Then if Trump gets in trouble, so should Hillary. But what plays out is always this. Trump side bad, investigations, criminal charges. Hillary side good, no investigation. Lying to Congress, Trump side bad, investigations, charges. Hillary side, no problem. Lying to the FBI, Trump side bad, charges found. Mills and Aberdeen lie about the server, no problem. Failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. Manafort does it with the Podesta Group. Manafort's Trump's campaign manager, that's bad. He gets charged. The Podesta Group, that's Podesta's Hillary's campaign manager, good, doesn't get charged with anything. Obstruction of justice. Trump complaining about Mueller, saying he might want to fire him, bad. Trump saying he wants to, before he sends subpoena material, go to the courts and claim executive privilege, bad. Hillary Clinton deleting subpoenaed evidence, no problem, good. Every single time. Now, Let's talk about the Black Ledger. It's bad enough that it was released and was effective, unlike any of the dirt. The opposite way. Got Manafort fired and led to the investigation of him. Solomon comes out with a new article last night. So I'm going to read through this for you. Key witness told Team Mueller that Russia collusion evidence found in Ukraine was fabricated. This is from last night. One of Robert Mueller's pivotal trial witnesses told the special prosecutor's team in spring 2018 that a piece of Russia collusion evidence found in Ukraine, known as the Black Ledger, was fabricated, according to interviews and testimony. The ledger document, which suddenly appeared in Kiev during the 2016 U.S. election, showed alleged cash payments from Russian-backed politicians in Ukraine to ex-Trump campaign manager Manafort. The ledger was completely made up, cooperating witness and Manafort business partner Rick Gates told prosecutors and FBI agents, according to a written summary of the April 2018 special counsel's interview. In a brief interview with Just the News, Gates confirmed that the information in the summary, the Black Ledger was a fabrication, Gates said. It was never real, and this fact has since been proven true. Gates' account is backed by several Ukrainian officials who stated in an interview stating in 2018 the ledger was of suspicious origins and could not be corroborated. If true, Gates' account means that two pieces of documentary evidence used by the media and the FBI to drive the now debunked Russia collusion narrative, the Steele dossier and the Black Ledger, were at best uncorroborated and at worst disinformation. His account also raises the possibility that someone fabricated the document in Ukraine in an effort to restart investigative efforts on Manafort's consulting work or to meddle in the U.S. presidential election. Ukrainian officials and Mueller's cooperating witness all said the ledger's a lie. Do you understand the significance of this? So the two foundational documents into claiming that Trump's team was working with Russians are lies. They were disinformation from foreign governments. One from Kremlin officials in Christopher Steele, and the other from Ukrainian officials. So it's bad enough that they released information, but they made up information and released it. Two DNC operatives who got in contact with the media and then forced Manafort to be fired and used this to smear Trump as somehow working with Russia. And it was lies. It was fabricated. And Mueller knew it in the spring of 2018. Just like he knew at the time that Steele dossier was garbage. Yet he kept the investigation going. I wonder why that is. Was there something happening in November 2018? Oh yeah, the midterms. Been a shame if Mueller had to come out publicly and say, yeah, there's no evidence whatsoever that Trump or anyone connected to him illegally conspired with Russians in any way whatsoever. Now we know that Artem Sitnik, the head of basically the FBI of the Ukraine, and Sergei Leshchenko, a parliamentarian there, and according to Leshchenko, the wider political class in the Ukraine, released manufactured evidence that they made up to harm Trump in the election. So even if you could make a case, look, if the Ukraine had dirt on actual crimes being committed by people connected to Trump, then maybe it's not a bad thing that they released it. But they didn't do that. They made it up. And Mueller knew it. Why wasn't this evidence coming out in the Mueller testimony? We'll keep going. Much mystery surrounded the Black Ledger, which was publicized by the New York Times and other U.S. news outlets in the summer of 2016 and forced Manafort out as one of Trump's top campaign officials. After gaining wide attention as purported evidence of Russia ties to the Trump campaign, the ledger was never introduced as evidence at Manafort's 2018 trial or significantly analyzed in Mueller's final 2019 report, which concluded that Trump did not collude with Russia to influence the election. No FBI 302 interview reports have been released either, showing what the FBI concluded about the ledger. Gates' interview with the Mueller team now provides a potential clue as to why. By April 2018, Gates had reached a plea deal to testify against Manafort in a criminal case that ultimately resulted in Manafort's conviction on tax and illegal lobbying. As the day-to-day manager of Manafort's political consulting and lobbying efforts for former Ukrainian President Yanukovych, Gates handled Manafort's operations and was deeply familiar with when and how payments were made. During a debriefing with Mueller's team on April 10, 2018, Gates was asked about the August 2016 New York Times article that first alerted the public to the existence of the Black Ledger and eventually led to Manafort's downfall. Gates says, quote, "The article was completely false. As you know now, there were no cash payments. The payments were wired. The ledger was completely made up." When pressed as to why he was so certain, Gates explained the ledger did not match the way Yanukovych's Party of Regents made payments to consultants like Manafort. It's not how the Party of Regents did their record keeping, Gates told the prosecution team. Furthermore, Gates revealed that Manafort's team had confirmed with the party's former accountant that the Black Ledger could not be a contemporaneous document because the party's official accounting books burned in the 2014 fire during Ukraine's Maidan uprising. All of the real records were burned when the party headquarters were set on fire when Yanukovych fled the country, Gates told investigators. The Party of Regents accountants reached by Manafort's team told them that the Black Ledger was, quote, a copy of a document that did not exist, and it was, quote, was not even the accountant's own handwriting. Do you see what's going on? The Democrats sent an operative to the Ukraine to work with Ukrainian politicians to fake evidence to smear Trump as a Russian asset in August of 2016. The New York Times ran the story. It was a lie. It was completely made up. Yet as a result, Manafort was forced to resign. Then there was an investigation into him, which they tried to throw him in solitary confinement in order to turn the screws on him to try to get him to turn against Trump. So far, the two biggest significant cases of foreign election interference are, one, the Kremlin officials who made up lies in the Steele dossier, according to their version, according to the Democrats' version. Complete fabrications about Trump's team, that these lies were never verified and instead used by the FBI to spy on Trump and his team. That's the most significant piece of foreign election interference. Claims that today, somewhere upwards of 40% of Democrats still believe that Trump, according to a Reuters poll, is a Russian asset. Completely debunked. It was so effective, this interference, that 40% of Democrats still believe it. It was used by the FBI to then break protocol over and over again to spy on Trump. Now we know the Black Ledger was used as an excuse to start investigations into Manafort. It was used by the New York Times to start the public allegations that Trump was connected to Russia. More lies. Basically got from a DNC operative talking to Ukrainian officials that are admitting publicly, yes, we hate Trump. Remember, Leshchenko admitted August 2016 when the New York Times ran this story. He's admitting in the Financial Times, yes, me and Ukraine's wider political leadership, including the head of the NABU, Artem Sitnik, we interfered in your election to help Hillary because we don't like Trump's policies. And now we know that that interference, what they released, was all lies that they made up. The Black Ledger was not used for a FISA warrant, no. In fact, as this just said, it was so sketchy that even when they charged Manafort, they never used it. Mueller's team never used the Black Ledger to charge. It was just used as an excuse to start the investigation and to smear Trump publicly. Gates' account to the prosecutors closely matches what several Ukrainian officials have said for more than a year. Ukraine's special anti-corruption prosecutor Nazar Kodolitsky told me last spring that he believed the Black Ledger was not a contemporaneous document and likely manufactured after the fact. In other words, they just made it up when they wanted to smear Trump. It was not considered a document of Manafort, Kolomoisky said in an interview. It was not authenticated, and at the time it should not be used in any way to bring accusations against anybody. Instead, it was used by the DNC who sought it and by Ukrainian officials to go to media and smear Trump to intervene in the election. Likewise, one of Gates and Manafort's Ukrainian business partners, Konstantin Klimenik, who is now indicted in the same case as Manafort but remains at large, wrote a senior U.S. State Department official in the summer of 2016 that the Black Ledger did not match actual payments made to Manafort's firm. Quote, I have some questions about the black cash stuff because those published records do not make sense, Klemenich wrote to the state official. The time frame doesn't match anything related to the payments made to Manafort. It does not match my records. All fees Manafort got were wires, not cash. In December 2018, a Ukrainian court ruled that two of the country's government officials, member of the parliamentary Sergei Leshchenko and Artem Sitnik, the head of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, illegally interfered in the 2016 election by publishing the ledger. While the ruling's been overturned on a technicality, the role of Sitnik and Leshchenko in pushing the ledger is true. In an interview last summer with Leshchenko, the very guy who released the ledger, mind you, he said he first received part of the Black Ledger when it was sent to him anonymously in February 2016, but it made no mention of Manafort. Months later, in August 2016, more of the ledger became public, including the alleged Manafort payments. Leshchenko said he decided to publicize the information after confirming a few of the transactions likely occurred or matched known payments. But Leshchenko told me he never believed the Black Ledger could be used as court evidence because it couldn't be proved beyond a reasonable doubt that it was authentic, given its mysterious appearance during the 2016 election. Quote from Leshchenko, the Black Ledger is an unofficial document, Leshchenko told me, and the Black Ledger was not used as official evidence in criminal investigations because in criminal investigations, all proof has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And the Black Ledger is not a sample of such proof because we don't know the nature of such documents. In the end, the Black Ledger did prompt the discovery of real financial transactions and real crimes by Manafort, which led to his conviction. But its uncertain origins raised troubling questions about election meddling and what constitutes real evidence worthy of starting an investigation. Now, real quick, and I'm almost finished here. This always does this. The Financial Times is so weird. You have to Google search it. Or it says you need to go behind a paywall. Let's take Leshchenko's comments here. Leshchenko says, this is what he says after the fact. Well, hey, it wasn't an official, the Black Ledger is an unofficial document. And the Black Ledger was not used as official evidence to be in criminal investigations because, it has to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And it's not proof because we don't know the nature of it. Oh, very reasonable. Then why did he release it? Because, quote from Leshchenko, a Trump presidency would change the pro-Ukrainian agenda for American foreign policy. I thought there was more to that quote. Oh, yeah. A Trump presidency would change the pro-Ukrainian agenda in American foreign policy. For me, it was important to show not only the corruption aspect, but that he is a pro-Russian candidate who could break the geopolitical balance in the world. The Black Ledger is not an official document, and it's not used as official evidence because it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If you take those two statements in conjunction, here's what Leshchenko just said. Yeah, I knew that it wasn't enough evidence to actually be evidence in a trial, but what was important to me was the accusation because I needed to stop Trump because I didn't like his policies. I mean, it's just mind-blowing, right? Do you see, again, why this is important? Now we have the two official documents that started the public accusations of Trump being a Russian asset. The Black Ledger and the Steele dossier, both manufactured lies by foreign governments. We have the government of the United States, the establishment, the Democrats, the media, our academia, the entertainment industry, Silicon Valley, all of our intel agencies, the State Department, all of them saying in unison, foreign election interference is the biggest deal ever. It's an act of war. All of them saying that. And both the same groups ad nauseum, repeating the exact allegations from foreign election interference, from disinformation and lies from foreign sources for 3 years. They reported them. Then they say, oh, and you can't investigate that foreign election interference because it harmed Trump. And that's okay. Foreign election interference that harms Trump is perfectly fine. They actually tell you over and over, if you want to investigate Ukrainian election interference, that's a pro-Russia agenda. You're helping Russia. That's Putin's talking points. So Adam Schiff thinks it's Putin's talking points to point out that fake dirt was manufactured with the DNC operative going to the Ukraine to talk to Ukrainian officials that admitted to interfering to helping Hillary, so they released fake dirt. He thinks that's Putin's talking points to talk about that foreign election interference, but Adam Schiff does not think it was Putin's talking points to spread the Kremlin-sourced disinformation in the Steele dossier, claiming that Trump was an agent of Putin for 3+ years. That wasn't Putin's talking points. So in other words, if a Kremlin agent tells you disinformation in a lie and you spread it, that's not spreading Kremlin agent info. But if you look at actual disinformation that came from a different country, that is spreading Kremlin agent disinfo. And where are the Republicans? It's unbelievable. It's why I get frustrated with things like yesterday. Like, Trump's great, right? He's great. He's one of the only people that goes on the offense. But even like, I'm talking to all these people on the Patriot Hour, and I'm talking to other people, and people are like, oh, it's a big day. It's a good day. You know, acquittal. Yeah. It's nothing. It's nothing. I mean, it's something, and it's worth celebrating. But I keep telling people, hold your representatives to account. If you're a Democrat and you hate Trump, you should still be opposed to this corruption. It's blatant. Look what's happening in the Iowa caucus right now. I've said it for 2 years. Don't cheer for this corruption just because you hate Trump, because it will be used against you and against a candidate you like. That's exactly what's happening. Tulsi Gabbard smeared as a Russian agent. Bernie Sanders getting screwed. No, I can't say I feel bad for either of them. They were more than happy to push the intel, the DNC, the media disinformation against Trump. But as someone with integrity, I will stand up for them when the same crap's levied at them. They're hypocrites. They're terrible. I'd never vote for them, but I'll still defend them against these types of scurrilous innuendo and corruption. But if you're on the right, what are your representatives doing? Are they on TV? Are they at your local coffee shop? Are they writing to the editor of your local paper? Talking about the information I'm giving you right now? How could it be that me has more information than a member of Congress? I don't have the bells and whistles. I don't have the fancy monitors or the cool chalkboard that Glenn Beck has. And again, I like Glenn Beck. I think he did a great job. 3.5 hours, I just outlined 3 specific areas of corruption just in the Ukraine. And it's frustrating because I feel like people are like, oh, Trump's going to win in 2020 and, everything's going to work out fine. Maybe, maybe not. Don't underestimate the corruption. Never give the Democrats the gift, not the Democrats, the establishment the gift that they gave you. The only reason Trump won was because they were so confident. They were shocked by the result. If they thought Trump had a chance, they would have cheated more. Trust me. And don't think they won't pull out all this. Like, can you believe, honest to God, just legitimately, I don't care if you're a Trump supporter, a Democrat, Green Party, constitutionalist, just right now, just person to person, just us here chatting. Can you really believe, if you really, think about it, how blatant this corruption right now in Iowa is? They don't even give a shit. They're not even trying to hide it. Yeah, Bernie went, sorry, recanvass. It's unbelievable. It's right in your face. They don't even care anymore. The IG comes out, criminally refers James Comey, and then releases a scathing indictment of the FBI, saying the only two justifications for the absolute amount of incredible anti-FBI policies, many of them criminal, are gross incompetence of the highest nature or corruption, which we know it's corruption, but either way. What's James Comey do? Takes a victory lap. After being criminally referred and told that he ran over the most incompetent or corrupt FBI administration in our lifetime. And he's celebrating. He's demanding apologies. Adam Schiff gets on TV for 3 years and lies right to your face. Not just to my face, not just to Rob, the conservative Trump supporter, but to your face if you're a liberal. He lied to you over and over. He said, I've seen the evidence. I've personally seen the evidence that Trump conspired with Putin in the 2016 election. I've seen it. It was a lie. He lied to Jake Tapper. He lied to Anderson Cooper. He lied to Rachel Maddow, supposed journalist. He lied to the New York Times and the Washington Post. To them. They took his information and reported it to their audience. And they're supposed to be journalists, right? Was anyone furious that he lied to all them? That he lied to you, the Democrat? That he lied to you, the Trump hater? That he lied to the audience of CNN or MSNBC or the New York Times or the Washington Post? Is anyone furious? Has he been punished in any way? No. He got a boost. Now he's in charge of the impeachment. That was a farce. Looks like it probably benefited Trump. You think he's going to get punished? No. His stock will rise again. That's Washington. That's the establishment. The more you fail, the more you lie, the higher you rise. It's unbelievable. Glenn Beck last night said, and I'm so happy because I've been saying this. I talked to a good friend of mine. I won't mention his name because I don't know if I'm allowed, but he's someone that's working with me in politics outside of this channel. Smart dude. And we talk about all the time, the problem with the Republicans, with the anti-establishment Republicans, is they are always on defense. The establishment controls the narrative. They control all of the cultural institutions that control the narrative. The media, academia, entertainment industry, Silicon Valley, they control it all. They're constantly trying to censor you. Censor people like me. Censor people like Joe Rogan or Tim Pool or the Patriot Hour, whatever. They're demonetizing. They're shadow banning. They're taking away subscribers. Twitter just took James O'Keefe and Project Veritas off. They're taking off any conservative, Hollywood star like James Wood. They'll threaten him or warn him or ban his channel. All of it. They can't allow us to have a voice. Because their arguments are so bad, they know that if there's any voice that comes up against it, the average person will be like, wow, yeah. That's what they're doing. And the Republicans don't know how to fight back. So for Glenn Beck last night to say, it is time to go on the offense. Yes, exactly. Trump's victory speech yesterday. What did he, again, I'll curse again. What did he say? It's bullshit. Yes. Trump, look, I talked about this last night in the Patriot Hour. I don't care how successful you've been in life. Becoming president of the United States has to be the most nerve-wracking, humbling experience that you could ever go through. And no matter what you know, that office is so big, it's bigger than any one person. And so to get in there and just kick the door off the hinges with your boots and say, we're doing things my way, it'd be tough. And not to mention, he was fighting an uphill battle from day one. But I'm hoping he's got his swagger now. We didn't vote for John Bolton. I didn't vote for Trump's advisors. I voted for Trump. His gut was right when he said we're tired of these foreign regime change wars. His gut was right when he said how corrupt the process was. His gut was right when he said the media was the enemy of the people. And I'm tired of his advisors saying, oh, Mr. Trump, your poll numbers went up. Pull it back a little. Don't go after the media as much. No, now's the time. Go after them all. They are corrupt. I hope he wins in 220. And I hope then he says, now it's my time. Now it's my way to do things. I got to listen to, Mitt Romney, and so many voices on the right. Mitt Romney comes out, proves what I've been saying on this channel, and all of you intuitively know. It's not left versus right. It's establishment versus everyone else. Mitt Romney's part of that establishment. He clearly wanted Hillary Clinton more than Trump. Absolutely. Right? No doubt. So that's bad enough. And don't think for a minute that Collins, Murkowski, Alexander, and many others, if they knew that their constituents would change their mind and say, yeah, I don't like what Trump did, in a heartbeat, they were chomping at the bit to take Trump out. That's why you need to vote all those people out. The only reason they voted against impeachment was because they were worried they'd lose their job because their constituents would have been furious. But if it would have been closer, 50-50 with their constituents, they couldn't wait to get Trump out because they're part of the establishment. And if I win in 2022, I'll tell them to their face when I run for Congress. I'll say, yeah, you're not in my party. We might have the same R next to our name, but you're not representing normal America and the average people I am. But then I got people like Ben Shapiro. I had to watch him on Twitter go on an apology tour for Mitt Romney. Whatever, Ben. You were never Trump from the beginning. The only time you say any lip service to him is when he's doing something that benefits Israel. We know what's up. And by the way, I agree with a lot of Trump's pro-Israel policies. But I'm just saying, it's clear that Ben has an agenda. It was like pulling teeth. I had to watch it. I watch this show all the time. Oh, there's no proof the FBI did anything wrong. Oh, it's just, until it's proven, it's just a conspiracy theory. Yet he'll jump on any conspiracy theory that makes Republicans or Trump in a bad light. Now he thinks he's out there saying last night, it's not that Romney just made a bad decision, but we need to stop attacking Romney, stop this infighting. No, Ben, that infighting is exactly what needs to happen because you want the false Republican versus Democrat dichotomy to continue so that the corrupt Republicans in the establishment can still continue to maintain power with the corrupt Democrats in the establishment. But we, the people, know better. And we're going to hold people like Romney to account, despite you being the largest conservative podcast in America. Whatever, dude. So, yeah. Almost 4 hours. I should probably stop. What was the theme? What was going on today? Hopefully it won't talk about Ukraine in a while. I'll still bring it up, though. Because it's corrupt and we can prove it. And it deserves investigating. And the fact, remember, if your takeaway from the acquittal was this, Trump's acquitted, done with Ukraine, thank goodness. You've given the Democrats and the establishment a huge victory. I said from day one, on this channel and others, the simplest I could make it, the impeachment process is about criminalizing, looking into the corruption of the establishment. They'll let Trump play his games. Trump can talk about the border wall. Trump can talk about this, can talk about that. But as soon as he starts to investigate their corruption, then the knives come out. That's the signal they're sending to Trump. That's the signal they're sending to the Republicans. That's the signal they're sending to you. Go ahead and play your little games. But as soon as you investigate our corruption, no. We'll pull out all the stops to take you down. Do not give them that victory. Write to your congressperson. Tell your friends about the information I told you here today. Start your own YouTube channel. Run for Congress. But demand that these investigations occur. Because if they don't, guess what? Your tax dollars are just going to go to the next country. Tax dollars to Zaire, and then Zaire is hiring Marco Rubio's son, Nancy Pelosi's daughter. I don't know. Nothing will change until people are held criminally accountable. Thank you, Big Sky. I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope I get elected too. By the way, here's something. If I get elected, I would not go for more than 3 terms because I believe in term limits. I already signed a pledge to that. No, I guess I could run for Senate afterwards. We'll see. Yeah, checking the chat here. Talking about guns. Yeah, the left, they have no clue what's going on with guns. Yeah, see, rational. Inevitably, when I run, your comment right there will be brought up. oh, Rob was encouraging illegal immigrants to vote for him. That's why I'm very specific. I've had people ask me, can I donate to your campaign? No, for 2 reasons right now. One, I'm not assured that I'll be running. And here's why. I'm not running because I want a job, though I could use it. I am poor. I thought about that being my campaign. Like, hey, man, what's anyone in Congress really do? Might as well, let's just start voting poor people in so they at least get money, right? You think Mitt Romney needs more money? Please. Find some guy in the street and be like, hey, man, you're senator of Utah. Get your ass in there. At least they'll get, 3 square meals a day. But to me, it's not about a job. I don't know. How do I know that come 2022, maybe because of the redistricting that's coming in Pennsylvania, maybe my representative starts killing it. He's doing awesome, or she. Then I have no need to run. That's great. That's fine. I'm not running for the job. I'm running because I feel the person there is not doing a good job. So if the person there is doing as good or better of a job than I can, that's great. I'll support that person. I'll do what I can to help that person. But right now, I ain't seeing that. That's why I'll run. And second is, why I can't take donations is, it'll be really tough. I'm doing everything by the board. My feeling when I run is, all the things that I credit, this is probably my longest live stream, crypto. I feel that all I have, I won't say all I have. The most important thing you have in life is your own integrity, right? Authenticity. So I'm not going to commit the same crap that I complain about others. And part of that is like finance fraud and things like that. So being that everyone's online here, I would only be allowed to accept donations from people in the United States. So I'll have to be able to verify before I take any political donations. However, if you check out my description, you can donate to my channel. So the short answer for why I don't take political donations now is I got to make sure everything's on board. And I have no idea that I'm running. And I refuse to accept $1 from someone on a promise that I'm going to run. And what if I don't? What if something happens? So I don't want to be disingenuous. But what I can tell you is this. You can support me on Patreon or PayPal right now. All of the money that you put in my channel, I need to do better posting on Patreon. I have 3 patrons right now. Killer Kyle, Milo, who's not on here, and Dib Siverek. They're fantastic. So I'm trying to post monthly on there where their donations go. But I'll also make videos, and I'll talk about it in my live stream. So just so you know, donations that I've received, Preacher, who's in the chat here, gave me this flag for the background, which is awesome. So much of my audio stuff, tinkering with my channel, setting up the intro label, all that was my friend Chirby. My friend SJG did my promo card you see at the beginning of videos. I had a guy named Ramsey that donated me on PayPal. Someone else whose name I forget, but I'll get out to you. I will. So those donations have come in. Things that I've used already, I got an app so that I could better record straight from my phone as a microphone and as a camera. So when I'm doing mobile live streaming, I got the new mics and stuff like that I already said. I got a tripod, mixer over there. I got lighting coming that I ordered this week. I got a new background for my other office when I'm there. So I'm putting that money in. Where do I need money to go in the future? I need I'm going to have to get a subscription to StreamYard or something like that. So when it's my turn to host the Patriot Super Panel, I can have 6 people up. I would like to get access to vMix, but that's going to cost like $400. I'm still using a laptop. Before I even get editing software, I need a computer that could run it. And then after that, there's all kinds of stuff. I can get editing software and stuff like that. Now, if you don't have money to give, that's perfectly reasonable. I know what it's like to be a broke person, so no problem. I'm not going to quit my channel if I don't get that stuff. If there was one person listening right here to me right now, that's all I had, I'd still have went on for 4 hours. I'm humbled that even one person would listen to me. I enjoy doing this, so don't feel like, oh man, I wish I had money to send Rob or his channel's going to suffer. It's not like that at all. My goal for a long time had been to get to 1,000 subscribers, which I did. I've doubled subscribers in the past 2 weeks, so thank you so much for that. But I thought the reason was when I go to these Republican events, then I can mobile live stream. But it turns out you don't just need 1,000 subscribers. You also need 4,000 hours watched. in a year span, which I was close to. I was like 140 away after this past week. But I got this weird email when I tried to start my live stream today that said that they're reviewing my channel for monetization, which would also be a review for mobile live streaming, super chats, and things like that. So if you prefer to do super chat, which is fine, if you wanted to donate to me, hopefully I'll have that soon. I don't know, maybe they won't monetize me. I don't really care. But it'd be nice if I could at least mobile live stream. That would be fantastic. I would have a lot of fun with that. So, yeah, if anyone has any questions, I could stick around for another 10 minutes or anything anyone wanted to talk about. But, yeah, I'm kind of probably burning out. Should probably get other stuff done. But believe it or not, I could talk for another 4 hours if I had to. There's so much stuff to talk about. Dude, there's this. Look for this coming up. There's going to be. Let me find it. Oh, Big Sky, thank you. Just became a patron of mine, so thank you so much. There is a bill, what's it called? Tucker was talking about this last night. The New Way Forward Act. It's like, it's basically a bill decriminalizing all illegal immigration. It's open borders. 40-something Democrats have already signed on. It's worse than the Green New Deal. It really is. I use Shortcut Video Editor and it's freeware. I'll have to talk to you, Rational. I'll get in touch with you here soon. By the way, Rational, tomorrow night, Saturday, SJG can't do the video, but I think me and Drone Tech are going to do it, and I hope you could join us, and then we'll broadcast it to all of our channels, so it'll be on SJG's channel and all. Yes, thank you so much, Big Sky. It really means a lot to me. It honestly does. Each and every single person that listens to me, it's incredibly humbling. It really is. We all have something to add. All of us do. You know, I have a knack. I think I'm pretty good at talking. I think I'm pretty good at looking up this information and presenting a story that makes sense, but that's factual. I could be wrong sometimes. I really could. But I say to myself all the time, even before I had this channel, I'd be like, why am I thinking about this in a way that's different than what I see people on the mainstream media or people wherever thinking? And it's not just because I'm special. It's because you start to realize those voices you see on Twitter or the mainstream media, that's not who we all are. So I hope I bring things from a different perspective. Okay, I hear you, Rational. I'll get in touch with you by tomorrow. So, all right, but for now, I think I'm going to head out, spend some time with my dogs, maybe do some dishes before the wife gets home. Yeah, so things to look for. I'll be doing daily videos tomorrow night. I think it'll stream on this channel as well. We're going to do our Saturday night spirits, which is we're supposed to get drunk. That's what happened last week. But I think everyone's in agreement that we got too drunk last week. So now I was smart. I just drank light beer. And I'm a big fat guy, so I could drink a bunch of light beer and I'll get drunk, but I wasn't hungover. I wasn't like stumbling around. Everyone said I looked like I was falling asleep, but I look like that all the time. That's just normal past 9 o'clock. I'm a sleepy man. Those fools were drinking liquor. Of course they got wasted. And then the next morning they're texting me like, I don't feel good. It's like, yeah, that'll happen. But yeah, we're going to still do that. And that's going to be more of a fun, informal, just banter thing like that. That's going to be Saturday. I don't know what time, 7, 8. My wife might even join us. I'm going to be putting more videos out with my wife, who's better than me and amazing. Rob Smith says, Trump, yes or no? Yes. That's on Periscope. But yeah, absolutely, Rob. I think that beer run for tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, drink along with us. See if you can keep up with me. I'm trying not to drink as much, though I really am. But there could be drinking games. Who knows? Just more reasonable. I was one of these morons back when I used to play drinking games and stuff. You'd play games that were like, like we'd play 3-man dice game. And it'd be like, oh, you got to drink for 5 seconds. And I would actually drink for 5 seconds. And then I found out most people would do this. And just take a little sip. But I'm too honest. If I got to drink for 5 seconds, I got to drink for 5 seconds. So we're playing that game, Big Sky. Yeah, he drank half a bottle of rum. We're playing that game. Oh, drink every time you say it. And I'm taking a big swig. At the end of the night, I looked, I'm like, oh man, I drank more than I expected there. Oh, Cindy, if you're against alcohol, oh, we'll see you, Rob. Thanks, man. Yeah, if you're against alcohol, totally fine. Don't drink. It's not good for you. It's not. But, yeah, I don't mind using it once in a while. But I hear you. And let me say this also, in that vein, Cindy. Look, we're not always going to agree. I don't know that. I don't know that I believe it's immoral. It's definitely unhealthy, and it's definitely could lead to a bunch of bad things. But one of the things I try to tell people is, even people that you disagree with on things, whether it be things like that, like, oh, you smoke, I don't, even policy things, I think having people that disagree is a great thing. And, you know, I'm not going to talk about my religion or anything like that, but my belief is, you know, I just try to be decent to everyone. I try. I mean, there's some people that don't deserve it. And if you're personally crappy to me, I guess I'd be personally crappy. But, you know, I got people on, you know, that disagree with me all the time. If you'd meet some of my friends, my buddy Tom, that's my campaign manager, Democrat, not a Trump supporter. He ran my campaign for Congress. Why? Well, because we understand that we're both decent people and that we disagree on things, but we're decent, we're moral, and we care about the area we live and the people. So, you know, that's it. So don't stop watching me, Cindy, because I drink here and there. But I don't drink often. I really don't anymore. I was bad in college. I drank a lot. Now, I mean, I drank more beer in the past since I bought my house than I did in the apartment I lived in before this. We had a case of beer when we moved in that was one can had been drank by the time we moved out in a year and a half. So I'll drink occasionally once in a while, but okay, time for me to go. I don't really have anything to add. So yeah, just real quick on my schedule. Saturday night we'll be doing that. I'll be doing never heard of a moral Democrat. He's good. He's done videos with me. I'll have him on Watch Woman. You'll see. You'll like Tom. He thinks that a lot of the insanity of the Democratic Party is ridiculous as well. He just doesn't know where to go. He actually liked Klobuchar was who he was supporting. But he's a good guy. So the schedule is Saturday night, we'll be doing something with Drone Tech, maybe Rational Wrong Thing. Sunday, I might just put out a video, but probably nothing huge. Monday's the Patriot Panel, which I think's on American Joe's channel this week. Tuesday's my live stream at 11 p.m. And I'll be putting videos out as the week goes on, other than the live stream. So I'm going to try to put out a video of the 4 hours of material, condense it into 20 minutes with a PowerPoint. So just about how crazy the Ukrainian situation is and why it still warrants investigation. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you, Big Skies Crypto, for donating me in Patreon. Thank you, everyone that was in here. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for listening to this old chubby guy rant for 4 hours. Yeah, please stay passionate. Stay informed about this stuff. I put the links up. Check it out yourself. Don't just believe me because I say it. But